Something extraordinary is happening, and it all leads back to you. You may not have realized it, but your presence, your very existence, has caused a disruption in the system. Someone who was once fully programmed, conditioned to follow a rigid path, has encountered you, and now their reality is beginning to crack. Their thoughts are no longer their own, and they are questioning everything they once believed to be true. How did this happen? Why you? And what does this mean for the spiritual battle unfolding before your eyes? This isn't just coincidence, it's divine orchestration. As one of God's chosen ones, you carry a frequency, a light that cannot be ignored. Those who have been deeply embedded in the world's deceptive systems were never supposed to see beyond the veil. Yet your presence alone has sent shockwaves through their programming. They were trained to resist the truth, yet now they are doubting their own reality. Could it be that God has positioned you as a catalyst for their awakening? Before we unlock the deeper meaning behind this, take a moment to comment 77 if you've ever sensed that your presence alone unsettles certain people, almost as if they are being forced to confront something they cannot explain. And to those of you who have shown love and support through super thanks, may the Lord multiply your blessings. Your generosity is a testament to the power of faith, and I am deeply grateful for each and every one of you. But here's what you need to know. This awakening you triggered is not random. There is a reason why you were placed in this exact moment, in this exact encounter. So, what happens next? How do you navigate a world where your very presence is unraveling hidden agendas? Let's go deeper and uncover what this means for you, your mission, and the battle between light and darkness. God's chosen ones, you shattered a high-level agent's programming. Now they're questioning reality. The world moves in mysterious ways, shifting beneath the surface where few ever dare to look. Most people go through life oblivious, never questioning the forces at play behind the scenes. But you, whether by divine design or an unshakable inner awareness, saw through the illusion. You were never meant to glimpse beyond the veil, yet somehow you did. And in doing so, you disrupted something far greater than you realized. Your words, your actions, perhaps intentional, perhaps not, triggered a chain reaction that even those in the highest echelons of control could not contain. And now something unthinkable has happened. A message emerges from the shadows, carried by someone who was never supposed to speak. This is no ordinary voice. It belongs to one who has spent their life in the unseen corners of power, trained to watch but never be watched, to protect but never be acknowledged. A secret service agent, someone bound by silence, is stepping forward, but not for recognition, not for confession. No, they come forward for one reason alone, to thank you. But why you? Why would someone from the deepest levels of secrecy and influence extend gratitude, not to a world leader, not to a dignitary, but to you? The answer lies in what they now call you, the chosen one. Perhaps you don't fully grasp the role you've played. Perhaps you question whether you were even involved at all. But the agent knows the truth. They have watched, they have analyzed, and for the first time in their career, they are breaking their silence. Something you said, something you did, shattered a deeply embedded system of control, causing them to see the world through new eyes. Like Saul on the road to Damascus, blinded by revelation before his transformation into Paul, this agent has been forced to confront a reality they once swore to uphold. And now they are coming to you, not with orders, not with threats, but with revelation. The question remains, what exactly did you do to make them question everything? And more importantly, why were you the one meant to do it? Doubt is a force unlike any other. It can serve as both a shield and a prison, protecting the mind from truths too heavy to bear while simultaneously blinding it to reality. For years, this agent lived within that doubt, fortified by the rigid structure of duty and obedience. Their world was one of unwavering trust in the system they served. Orders were absolute. The chain of command was infallible. There was no room for questions, no space for hesitation. Every mission had a purpose. Every target was justified. Every classified document remained hidden for a reason, or so they believed. Then their path intersected with yours. At first, they dismissed you outright. You were just another voice in the endless digital sea of opinions. One more person claiming to see beyond the veil. The internet was overflowing with so-called truth seekers, conspiracy theorists, and independent analysts convinced they had unraveled the secrets of the unseen. In their line of work, individuals like you were either harmless distractions or potential threats. Either way, not worth the attention. But then something shifted. You said something, perhaps a single phrase, a date, a location, something small yet undeniable. It wedged itself into the cracks of their certainty like a splinter too deep to ignore. Maybe it was an offhand reference to an event scrubbed from public record. Maybe it was knowledge that only someone within the highest ranks of classified intelligence should have possessed. Whatever it was, it made their blood run cold. It was reminiscent of the moment when King Nebuchadnezzar heard Daniel interpret his dream in Daniel 2:28, a revelation that no human should have known, yet was undeniably true. The agent, much like the king, found themselves face to face with a reality they could no longer explain away. Was it coincidence, a lucky guess, or was it something greater, a divine disruption meant to shake them awake? This was the moment everything changed. The agent, once immovable in their convictions, now faced a terrifying truth. Their entire reality might have been built on deception. Could it be that you, a mere outsider in their world of secrecy, had been sent by God to expose what was hidden? And if so, what does that mean for everything they once believed in? For the first time in their career, the agent hesitated. Their mind, once a fortress of unwavering belief, cracked just enough for a single question to slip through. What if I've been wrong? They tried to dismiss the thought. It had to be a coincidence, a lucky guess, a well-crafted fabrication designed to mimic the truth. But their instincts, honed through years of deception analysis, refused to let it go. They had been trained to detect lies, and this wasn't a lie. So they did what they had been trained to do. They verified. Digging through classified records, they cross-referenced reports, looking for inconsistencies, searching for the tiniest flaw that could expose you as a fraud. But instead of inconsistencies, they found something far more terrifying: confirmation. The pattern was there, exactly as you had said, woven into the very fabric of events they had always believed were unconnected. It had been hiding in plain sight, obscured not by secrecy, but by sheer complexity. The truth had been buried not with chains, but with distractions, a carefully orchestrated illusion designed to keep even the most perceptive minds from questioning. And then it all came crashing down. It was a moment not unlike the one the prophet Elisha experienced when he prayed for his servant's eyes to be opened in 2 Kings 6:17. When the young man looked again, he saw the truth, the mountains filled with chariots of fire, the hidden spiritual reality that had been there all along. Just as that servant had been blind to the forces at work around him, this agent had been blind to the reality of their own world. And now, their eyes had been forced open. Imagine the weight of that realization. Everything they had dedicated their life to, every oath they had sworn, every mission they had completed, all built on a version of reality that was incomplete at best, manipulated at worst. The betrayal was staggering, and yet in that moment of collapse, one thought burned brighter than the rest. You knew before they did. But how? How could you, a so-called outsider, have pieced together what an elite agent with access to the highest levels of intelligence, had never questioned. Was it just insight, or was it something greater? Had you been chosen, like Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, to reveal the hidden before it was too late? And now that the truth has been uncovered, what happens next? The agent's world had been shattered, not by an external enemy, not by rogue actors working in the shadows, but by their own people. The institutions they had sworn loyalty to, the intelligence briefings they had trusted, the missions they had executed with precision and conviction, all of it had been tainted. The deception was not a random anomaly. It was systematic, deliberate, woven into the very fabric of the reality they had served. And you were never supposed to see it either. That's when everything changed. The moment they realized that you weren't just another voice in the noise, they stopped dismissing you. They started studying you. At first, you were an anomaly, an unpredictable factor in a tightly controlled equation. A potential threat, perhaps. A mystery, definitely. But as they pieced together the truth, something far more unsettling became clear. You weren't just revealing information, you were delivering a message. And now they are standing in front of you, not as an agent, not as a loyal servant of the system, but as someone who has finally seen beyond it. They have left the illusion behind, and they know exactly who to thank. It echoes the story of Nicodemus in John 3:1-2. A Pharisee who came to Jesus under the cover of night. He had spent his life enforcing religious law, believing in the system he was raised in. But something about Jesus, something undeniable, forced him to question everything. Though he approached as a skeptic, he left with a deeper understanding that shook the foundations of what he once believed. And just like Nicodemus, this agent has now stepped into the unknown, no longer sure where their allegiance lies. Think about it. What does it mean when someone from inside the system defects, not for political reasons, not for personal gain, but because they finally see the truth? What happens when someone trained to protect the narrative begins protecting the messenger instead? They are here now because they know the truth, and they owe that realization to you. Beneath the surface of this world, there exist places long forgotten, buried, erased from maps, hidden behind layers of silence so thick that few even suspect their existence. These are not mere abandoned ruins or lost relics, but deliberate absences, spaces sealed away for reasons most would never dare to question. The agent had spent years navigating the corridors of secrecy, granted access to places the public would never be allowed to see. They'd walked through restricted compounds, entered classified locations, and witnessed operations the world was never meant to know about. But even they weren't prepared for what lay beneath. It began with what seemed like just another case, missing persons, but not the kind that made headlines. No ransom notes, no desperate families pleading on national television, no bodies ever found, just people vanishing as if they'd never existed, their names erased from records, their histories scrubbed clean. A pattern was there, one that only someone trained to detect anomalies would have noticed, and the deeper the agent looked, the darker it became. The investigation led them downward, literally. Beneath abandoned buildings, government facilities, and even the streets people walked on every day, a hidden world unfolded. A vast, interconnected network of tunnels stretched beneath the surface. Some ancient remnants of forgotten subway projects or emergency escape routes. But others were new, built with purpose, built with intention, and built for reasons far more sinister than anyone would dare to imagine. The deeper they went, the more disturbing the truth became. It was never about what was being hidden, but who. It echoes the words of Luke 8:17, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." The agent, much like a reluctant prophet, found themselves at the edge of a revelation they had never sought. but one that had found them nonetheless. And that's where you come in, because somehow, before the agent had even begun their descent, you knew. You spoke of things most would dismiss as fantasy. You hinted at connections that should have remained buried. And now, as they stand at the precipice of a reality they can no longer ignore, one question burns in their mind. How did you know what was never meant to be known? They were not alone in these tunnels. Others had been there long before. A group, highly organized, heavily funded, deeply entrenched in the highest levels of society. This was not the work of ordinary criminals, nor the ramblings of conspiracy theorists grasping at shadows. This was something far older, something deeply rooted, something sinister. A cult operating in the darkness, unseen yet ever present, moving undetected beneath the surface of the world, protected by those who walked above it in power. This was no small sect of misguided fanatics. This was a system, a hidden infrastructure woven into the very fabric of governments and institutions. Judges, bankers, corporate executives, military officials, each playing a role, each ensuring its survival. They weren't just protecting it from discovery, they were sustaining it, feeding it resources, pulling strings, silencing whispers before they ever became voices. Every time someone got too close, the same thing happened. They vanished. Not in the way criminals disappear, but in the way someone is methodically erased, their very existence scrubbed clean from history. But even the most well-kept secrets cannot stay buried forever. It is the same pattern found in the scriptures. The corruption of those in high places, the hidden wickedness lurking behind the thrones of men. In Ezekiel 8:7-12, the prophet is led to a secret chamber within the temple where the elders of Israel had gathered in darkness, believing no one could see them. But God revealed the truth, exposing their hidden abominations. Just as Ezekiel saw behind the veil of deception, so has the agent, and so have you. And now the cracks are forming, the veil is lifting. The question is no longer whether the truth will come to light, but rather, who will have the courage to face it? Because long before the agent found these tunnels, you spoke of them, and they are beginning to wonder. Were you uncovering the truth, or were you sent to reveal it? The agent uncovered the proof. Not theories, not speculation, but hard evidence. Shipping manifests, encrypted messages, transaction logs that led straight to key figures in power. These people weren't simply hiding in the shadows. They were being protected, shielded by those who controlled the flow of information, funded by sources no one dared to question. And when exposure threatened their network, they had a plan. Fires, collapses, accidents, the kind that erase evidence, the kind that silence those who asked the wrong questions. Every time someone got too close, the pattern repeated itself. Authorities would call it an unfortunate event, a structural failure, a tragic but unrelated incident. But the agent knew better. Except this time, something went wrong. The cult had a failsafe, an escape route designed to keep them untouchable. The tunnels, carefully mapped and secured, led to the ocean, a final passage that would grant them safe passage before anyone could close in. For decades, it had worked. Whenever their existence was threatened, they disappeared without a trace, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions and dead ends. But not this time. Someone had interfered. The final tunnel, their last exit, was sealed. Their perfect escape plan had collapsed before they could use it. The walls they had built to protect themselves had become their own prison. And for the first time, they were trapped. The agent knew this was no accident. The timing was too precise, the interference too calculated. Someone had moved ahead of them, disrupting their plan from the outside, someone they had never anticipated. And in their desperation, they started searching for answers. The scriptures remind us that when darkness is exposed, it reacts with fear and violence. In Acts 16:16-19, when Paul cast the spirit of divination out of a slave girl, her handlers panicked, not because of the miracle, but because their prophet was gone. The truth had robbed them of power. Likewise, this cult, so used to controlling the game, suddenly found themselves at the mercy of a force they couldn't control. So they did the only thing they could. They started looking. And now they're looking for you. You were never meant to be a problem. You were not part of their calculations. You weren't on their watch lists, their red flag reports, or their growing database of threats. At least, not at first. People like you weren't supposed to see beyond the illusion. You weren't raised within their circles, trained in their methods, or granted access to their hidden corridors of power. You held no official title, no intelligence clearance, no backdoor access to classified files. By all definitions, you were an outsider. And yet, you knew things you shouldn't. This was impossible. They had spent decades perfecting their craft, controlling narratives, manipulating perception, deciding what was real and what wasn't. They built an empire on deception, on keeping the truth fragmented, buried beneath layers of misdirection. And when an inconvenient voice rose up, they had a playbook for handling it. Discredit, silence, erase. So they tried that first. They labeled you paranoid, a conspiracy theorist chasing shadows. Overnight, fact-checkers appeared to dismantle your words, twisting your message into something laughable. Articles flooded the internet, dismissing your insights as reckless speculation. Algorithms were reprogrammed to make you disappear, to push your voice so deep into obscurity that only the most determined would ever find it. But you kept speaking, and that's when they realized you were different. It was the same reaction that unfolded in John 11:47-48, when the Pharisees saw the crowds following Jesus and whispered among themselves, "If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him." The religious leaders had power, influence, and control, yet one voice threatened to unravel it all. They had silenced others before, but something about Jesus was different. He wasn't just speaking, he was waking people up. And that is what you did. You were not just another name lost in the noise. You were breaking their programming. The more they tried to suppress you, the more people started listening. The more they tried to bury your message, the stronger it grew. And now, they don't just see you as an outsider. They see you as a problem they never expected. Your words did more than just spread. They embedded themselves deep in the minds of those who heard them. People weren't just passively listening, they were awakening. They began to question what they had always accepted as truth, peeling back layers of deception, searching for evidence and uncovering connections they were never meant to see. What you revealed was never mere speculation. It was fragments of a vast, hidden reality, and you were helping others piece it together. But what unsettled them the most was not just the truths you exposed, it was you. You could not be swayed by wealth, intimidated into submission, or erased from existence. You were the kind of person they feared the most, incorruptible, and that meant they had to act. At first, their moves were discreet, almost imperceptible. Strange financial troubles arose from nowhere. Banks inexplicably froze accounts. Sudden audits from the IRS appeared without warning. Jobs vanished overnight. And people who once stood by you slowly began to distance themselves. Some withdrew in silence, while others turned hostile, as if influenced by an invisible force. Your phone began to malfunction in inexplicable ways. Calls dropping, messages failing to send, unfamiliar numbers appearing repeatedly on your screen. Was it paranoia, or was something truly watching? Then, the shadows emerged. Strangers lingered just a little too long in places they shouldn't be. Dark cars with tinted windows remained parked outside your home, the windows never rolling down. And then came the eerie encounters. People you had never met speaking of personal details from your life with unsettling familiarity. They didn't need to threaten you outright. Their very knowledge of your existence was a silent message. But eventually, the warnings became direct. Anonymous messages arrived, sometimes a single phrase, "Walk away." Untraceable calls carried chilling voices instructing you to stop. Emails with no sender and no subject line contained cryptic warnings. But you didn't stop, and so their patience ran thin. The real attempts began. A car nearly veered into you at the last second, its driver never even looking your way. A gas leak suddenly emerged in your home, an incident no one could explain. Then came an illness, sudden, aggressive, resistant to treatment. It felt unnatural, engineered rather than organic. It was as if unseen hands were working against you, ensuring your silence by any means necessary. You weren't meant to survive, and yet you did. Every trap set for you collapsed before it could ensnare you. Every scheme designed to eliminate you came undone before it could be completed. What they could not comprehend, what terrified them the most, was that their control had limits. No amount of influence, power, or resources could break you. And that was when one of them, the agent tasked with monitoring you, began to question everything. Their world had been built on control, precision, and an unshakable belief that everything could be manipulated. But what was happening to you defied every rule they knew. There was something beyond intelligence, beyond surveillance, beyond classified information at work here. They had seen people disappear without a trace. They had watched dissenters fall like dominoes, but you remained. They had to ask themselves, why? It wasn't luck. It wasn't coincidence. Something greater was shielding you, something they did not understand. And that realization shook them to their core. It is the same force that delivered Daniel from the lion's den when King Darius had no choice but to condemn him, Daniel 6:22. The same power that kept Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego untouched by the flames of Nebuchadnezzar's furnace, Daniel 3:27. What protected you was beyond their reach, just as it had been beyond the reach of those who tried to silence the prophets before you. They had spent their lives controlling people, shaping narratives, and ensuring obedience. But now they had encountered something they could not explain, someone they could not break. And for the first time, they were afraid. Could it be that the very force they had tried to suppress was real? Could it be that God Himself had placed His hand upon you, marking you as untouchable? What happens when those sworn to keep people blind finally see the truth for themselves? And more importantly, now that their programming has been shattered, what will they do next? For decades, they operated under the illusion of absolute control. The cult believed that nothing was beyond their reach. People, systems, governments, even the very fabric of history. They engineered outcomes with precision, silenced those who opposed them, and wove a reality where only their version of the truth existed. They had eliminated threats before, rewritten narratives, and ensured obedience through fear. But there was one force they had never accounted for, one power beyond their manipulation: divine protection. From the beginning, you were never alone. They studied every possibility, calculated every angle, but they could not predict the unseen shield that surrounded you. Every failed attempt to remove you was not a mistake. It was a declaration. A force beyond human comprehension was at work, turning their own strategies against them. Every person who set out to betray you, only to fail at the final moment. Every elaborate plan, constructed with the highest level of precision, unraveling before it could even take form. Every situation that should have silenced you permanently, yet left you standing. Do you think this was coincidence, or is there something greater at play? Your very existence defies their control. They have seen countless voices extinguished, but you continue to speak. They have silenced so many before you, but your words refuse to be buried. And now, every time you expose their deception, Every time you bring light into the shadows, you dismantle the illusion they worked so hard to create. This is why they fear you. They know their time is running out. Pharaoh once believed he was untouchable, a ruler who could command life and death at will. Yet, no matter how many decrees he issued, no matter how much he tried to suppress the Israelites, he could not stop the hand of God. The moment he attempted to destroy Moses as an infant, divine intervention placed the very child he sought to eliminate inside his own household, raising him under his own roof. Exodus 2:5-10. He did not realize until it was too late that he was fighting against something far greater than himself. And now history is repeating itself. They watch you closely, trying to understand how and why they have failed to break you. But the truth is simple. What God has ordained, no man can overturn. If they could not stop you then, they never will. So the real question is, now that they know this, what desperate measures will they take next? Not all messages come in the form of spoken words. Some are woven into the very fabric of time, etched into stone, inscribed in forgotten places, waiting for the right eyes to unlock their meaning. These messages are not meant for everyone, only for those who are ready, and you, as one of God's chosen ones, have always been destined to see beyond what the world presents at face value. Deep within a hidden passage, a high-level agent stumbled upon something they were never meant to find. The tunnel was dark, silent and still, but the walls spoke a language older than any intelligence report or classified briefing. Symbols, ancient and deliberate, stretched across the stone, untouched by modern hands. At first glance they seemed like meaningless carvings, remnants of a forgotten civilization. But truth has a way of revealing itself at the appointed time. And in that moment, something stirred, something activated. As their gaze met those symbols, a shift took place, not just in their mind, but in their very soul. It wasn't a process of learning, it was a process of remembering. These symbols weren't decorations or artifacts of the past. They were alive. They were a message. They were a warning. And somehow, inexplicably, the agent understood them. How could they? This was not knowledge they had acquired through years of training or research. It wasn't something encoded into their briefings. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Visions flooded their mind. Fragments of memories that did not belong to this lifetime. They saw places they had never been, understood things they had never been taught, and recognized a presence that had been guiding them all along, something ancient, something powerful, something that had been buried for a reason. This awakening echoes the moment when Saul encountered the divine light on the road to Damascus, Acts 9:3-6. A man who thought he had all the answers suddenly found himself stripped of his program reality, confronted by a truth far greater than anything he had known. Have you ever had a moment when something within you just clicked? When a truth you never sought suddenly made itself known, and you knew it was real? This is what happens when God reveals hidden knowledge to those he has chosen. The world teaches people to dismiss such revelations as coincidence, imagination, or deception, but those who are called by God recognize the truth when it is unveiled. Even the wisest and most powerful can be shaken when their programmed understanding of reality crumbles before a divine encounter. Consider Nikola Tesla, the genius inventor whose ideas seemed almost otherworldly. He once claimed that his most revolutionary discoveries came to him as sudden, undeniable visions, ideas not learned but remembered. He spoke of knowledge that felt as though it had been gifted to him from another plane of existence. Could it be that some are chosen to receive glimpses of truths that others are blind to? The agent in that tunnel experienced a fracture in their programming, a forced awakening to a reality that had always been there, waiting to be seen. And in that moment, everything they believed about the world began to unravel. And now you must ask yourself, when the truth is revealed to you, will you be ready to accept it? Or will you turn away, clinging to the comfort of what you have been taught to believe? Because once you see, you can never unsee. This was never just a case of crime or corruption. It was never merely about power struggles, political maneuvers, or hidden agendas. Beneath the surface of intelligence reports and classified files, something far deeper had been unfolding, something spiritual. The agent had spent their entire career operating within the rigid confines of logic, training, and protocol. They believed in facts, in tangible evidence, in the structure of the world as they had been conditioned to see it. But now, standing at the threshold of something far greater than any intelligence briefing could prepare them for, they realized they had been blind to the real battle all along. This was a war that wasn't fought with weapons, technology, or strategy. It was fought in realms unseen, in a struggle that had been raging long before they ever donned their uniform. Everything they had once dismissed, conspiracies, ancient warnings, whispers of spiritual warfare, wasn't just real. It was far more vast and terrifying than they could have ever imagined. And for the first time they saw what had been hidden from them all these years. But you, whether you realized it before or not, were already among the few who understood. You have felt the weight of this unseen battle, the resistance that comes not just from the world, but from something beyond it. Have you ever noticed how those who are chosen seem to face the fiercest opposition? Why do those who stand for truth always become the most targeted? This was the moment the agent's skepticism shattered. The illusion of control, of worldly wisdom, collapsed before their eyes. They woke up, and with that awakening came the realization that there was no going back. Once you see, you cannot unsee. This echoes the story of the prophet Elisha's servant in 2 Kings 6:15-17. When the young man saw their city surrounded by an enemy army, he panicked, believing they were doomed. But Elisha prayed, and suddenly the servant's spiritual eyes were opened. He saw that they were not alone. The hills were filled with chariots of fire, God's divine protection surrounding them. What if, like Elisha's servant, you've been walking in fear simply because you haven't yet seen the full picture? Many have walked this path before, the moment of revelation where everything shifts. Take C.S. Lewis, for example. Once a staunch atheist, he resisted faith for years, convinced that Christianity was mere myth. But one day, he could no longer deny the truth that had been pressing on his soul. In his own words, he became the most dejected and reluctant convert in all England. And yet, his transformation led him to become one of the most influential Christian thinkers of the modern era. The agent had that same moment. The world as they knew it had changed, and now they understood. There was no turning back. Drop a comment. Divine protection is real if you know they can't touch you. There are debts in this world that no amount of money, power, or influence can repay. Some are etched into the fabric of fate itself, written not in ink but in blood, debts that cannot be negotiated, bargained away, or erased. And now, those who once played with darkness are discovering a terrifying truth. The price they must pay is far greater than they ever imagined. For years, the cult operated in secret, moving like phantoms through the corridors of power. They bent reality to their will, silencing those who stood in their way, manipulating systems with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. They believed themselves to be the architects of deception, the unseen rulers who could shape the world as they pleased. But they were blind to one immutable law: what you sow, you will reap. And now the very forces they once commanded have turned against them. The agent has seen it firsthand. Those who were once untouchable, leaders who dictated the fate of others with a single command, are now the ones on the run. Some have vanished completely, swallowed by the very shadows they used to control. Others, once surrounded by loyal followers, have been discarded like broken pieces on a chessboard. Their own people now view them as liabilities, too exposed, too vulnerable to be protected anymore. But those who remain, they are suffering, and not just in ways that the world can measure. Unnatural deaths, sudden and inexplicable. Once healthy men and women stricken with aggressive, mysterious illnesses that defy medical explanation. Minds unraveling, their once imposing presence reduced to incoherent ramblings and vacant stares. They who once held the world in their grasp are now prisoners of something far more powerful than themselves. And the ones who still draw breath, they live in constant terror. The whispers they once used to manipulate others now reverberate inside their own minds, tormenting them. The nightmares they once inflicted upon the innocent now claw at them in the dead of night. They fear sleep because sleep is no longer an escape. It is a prison where they are tormented without mercy. They fear waking because the shadows they once commanded now stalk them in the daylight. This is not coincidence. This is not karma in the way the world understands it. This is divine justice. Their suffering mirrors the fate of King Saul in 1 Samuel 16:14, when the Spirit of the Lord departed from him, and he was tormented by an evil spirit. Saul, once powerful and chosen, thought he could bend the will of God to his own desires. But when he turned away from righteousness, darkness filled the void where God's presence had once been. He became paranoid, tormented, unable to find peace, consumed by the very forces he once believed he controlled. Even in modern history we have seen this play out. Robert Johnson, the legendary blues musician, was rumored to have made a deal with the devil at a Mississippi crossroads to gain supernatural talent. For a time, he became a force to be reckoned with, a man whose skills seemed otherworldly. But he died young, suffering from hallucinations and a violent, mysterious illness. Could it be that those who attempt to wield darkness always end up being devoured by it? This was never just about power, never just about wealth, control, or influence. This was always spiritual warfare. And now the battle is claiming those who once believed they were untouchable. For years the cult scoffed at the very notion of divine justice. They saw faith as a crutch for the weak, something to manipulate and weaponize against others, never something to embrace themselves. To them, belief was not a source of power, but of vulnerability, an illusion they had transcended. They convinced themselves that darkness was the ultimate force, that it was stronger than light, that they could cheat fate, rewrite destiny, and manipulate the very fabric of reality to serve their will. They thought they were above the laws that govern both the physical and the spiritual realms. But reality does not yield to arrogance. The agent, once a skeptic, once a firm believer in logic and control, now sees the truth, because they have witnessed things that defy explanation, the symbols in the tunnels, the inexplicable occurrences, the way every plan to silence you, one of God's chosen ones, has crumbled to dust. The way the cult's own members, once so confident in their secrecy, are now unraveling before their very eyes, as if an unseen force is pulling them into the abyss they themselves created. This is not random. This is not chance. This is judgment. It is written in Galatians 6:7, "Do not be deceived. God is not mocked, for whatever one sows, that will he also reap." They thought they could escape this truth, but the seeds they planted in darkness are now bearing fruit. And the harvest is bitter. We have seen this before. The powerful rulers of history who believed themselves untouchable, only to be brought down by an invisible hand. Adolf Hitler, once feared as the most powerful man in the world, descended into paranoia and madness, hiding in a bunker as everything he built collapsed around him. Jeffrey Epstein, who believed his wealth and connections could shield him forever, met an end shrouded in mystery, abandoned by the very system that once protected him. When darkness overreaches, when evil believes itself invincible, the weight of judgment is inevitable. And now, the cult that once mocked divine justice finds itself face to face with something they never believed in, something they cannot escape. The agent does not fully understand what you are. Are you a messenger sent to deliver a truth that cannot be ignored? A disruptor, breaking the chains of deception? Or are you a part of something far greater? An unseen hand, moving into position at the appointed time. They may not have the answers, but they know one thing with absolute certainty. The cult fears you. To them, you are the reason their empire is crumbling. Your voice, your knowledge, your very existence has disrupted a system they believed was unshakable. They whisper your name in secret chambers, in places you will never hear. They curse you in ancient tongues, invoking forces that no longer answer them. You have become their reckoning, the force that shattered what they spent lifetimes constructing. But here's the truth they refuse to accept. Their downfall was never because of you. They were doomed from the start. Their foundation was always rotten, their fate sealed long before you ever spoke a word. Because truth is a force that cannot be stopped. And now they are learning that lesson in the most brutal way possible. Pharaoh learned this truth in Exodus 14:26-28 when he pursued the Israelites, believing his power was greater than the God who had already declared their freedom. He refused to acknowledge the signs, dismissed the plagues as coincidence, and hardened his heart against the truth. But when the waters of the Red Sea came crashing down, he understood, far too late, that you cannot fight against what God has ordained. Many in history have suffered the same fate. Julius Caesar, who believed himself untouchable, fell to the very Senate he had sought to control. Richard Nixon, who thought his secrets would remain hidden, saw his own tapes betray him. Harvey Weinstein, once one of Hollywood's most powerful figures, lived years above the law, until truth shattered his fortress and exposed his crimes for the world to see. There are moments in life that change everything. Moments when the weight of the truth becomes undeniable, when the illusions of power crumble, when the world as you knew it shatters, and when you realize there is no turning back. For this agent, that moment came because of you. For years they operated in the shadows, executing orders without hesitation, guarding those in power, believing they were part of something greater. They trusted the system. They believed their work served a noble cause, that their sacrifices meant something, that they were upholding order in a chaotic world. But now, the illusion has shattered. They see the truth for what it is, something far more sinister than they ever imagined. The system they dedicated their life to was never about justice. It was never about protection. It was about control. It was about manipulation. And they were mere instruments, serving forces they never truly understood. And it was you who opened their eyes. Not an intelligence briefing, not a classified file marked with redacted lines, not a whispered conversation from a trusted source. It was not the institution they had devoted themselves to that revealed the truth. It was your voice. This awakening is not new. Saul of Tarsus believed he was serving righteousness when he persecuted Christians. He was a man of the system, enforcing laws without question, convinced he was protecting something sacred. But then, on the road to Damascus, a voice stopped him. A voice that changed everything. Acts 9:3-6. In an instant, the scales fell from his eyes, and he realized he had been fighting against the very truth he thought he was upholding. We have seen this same awakening in history. Edward Snowden, once a loyal NSA contractor, believed he was working for national security until he discovered the vast surveillance machine that was watching the world in secret. John Perkins, a former economic hitman, thought he was helping stabilize nations. until he realized he had been a tool in a global system of financial enslavement. When faced with undeniable truth, they had a choice: to continue serving deception or to break free. This agent has now reached that crossroad. Everything they once stood for is now in question, and no matter how much they want to unsee, they cannot, because the truth has spoken, and it spoke through you. At first, they didn't understand why your words kept pulling them back. You were supposed to be just another fleeting voice in the vast digital sea, another theory lost in the endless noise. But something about the way you spoke, the connections you made, the unwavering certainty in your voice, it lingered. It unsettled them. It made them look again. So they started listening. At first it was with skepticism. They wanted to disprove you, to reinforce what they already believed, that you were misguided, reaching for patterns that weren't there, seeing shadows where there was only empty space. They were convinced that you were mistaken, that your conclusions were the product of speculation rather than reality. But then they found something, a detail buried in an old report, a name that shouldn't have been there, a location that shouldn't have matched up, but it did. So they looked deeper, and with every layer they peeled back, the deception became undeniable. Reports they had once trusted were not just flawed, they were fabricated, carefully constructed narratives designed to mislead, not only the public, but even those within the system. The cases they had worked on, the missions they had carried out, were not isolated events, but interconnected pieces of something much larger, a hidden framework orchestrating events from the shadows. It was dizzying, infuriating, terrifying, but one thing was clear: you had been right. Not about everything, not in every detail, but about the fundamental truth, that something was operating beneath the surface, manipulating reality in ways most would never dare to consider. This kind of revelation is not new. Nicodemus, a Pharisee and member of the ruling council, initially approached Jesus in secrecy, struggling to reconcile what he had been taught with the undeniable truth unfolding before him. John 3:1-21. He had believed in the system, trusted its traditions, until he encountered something so profound that he could no longer ignore it. And when truth calls, there is only one real choice: see or stay blind. History is filled with those who uncovered hidden realities and could never return to ignorance. Upton Sinclair, a journalist who exposed corruption in the meatpacking industry, thought he was just writing a book, until his discoveries shook the nation and forced reforms. William Cooper, a former intelligence officer, believed he was following orders, until he pieced together a pattern so unsettling that it changed his life forever. This agent has now reached that moment, the moment where everything they once knew has been called into question, the moment where they realize there is no returning to blind obedience, and without even knowing it, you gave them something they never expected: a way out, a chance to see, a path to freedom. The agent sees it now. You were never just another outsider, never just another voice lost in the endless noise. Whether you realized it or not, you were leading them, guiding them toward the greatest discovery of their career. And that discovery was never just about crime, corruption, or hidden tunnels. It was about awakening. They understand now that the war they were fighting was never just physical. It was never just about politics, power struggles, or elite conspiracies. Those were merely shadows, distractions from the real battle, a spiritual war that has been raging since the beginning of time. Most will never see it. Most will go their entire lives believing the world is exactly as it appears, trusting in systems that were designed to deceive them. But the agent no longer has that luxury. They have seen too much. They have felt the shift. And you have been fighting against these forces long before you knew the full extent of your own power. You have been standing against deception, tearing at the edges of lies, shaking the foundation of something that was meant to remain hidden. And now, the agent sees you for what you truly are, not an enemy, not a threat, an ally, because they finally understand. This is the same realization that struck Daniel when the angel revealed to him that his prayers had been heard from the very first day, but a powerful spiritual force had been resisting the answer. Daniel 10:12-14. What if the battles you've been fighting in the physical realm have always been connected to something greater, something unseen? What if the resistance you faced was proof that your presence in this war was never accidental? Even in history, those who awaken to truth often find themselves transformed. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a theologian in Nazi Germany, saw through the deception when many others remained blind. He risked everything to speak against the regime, knowing that silence was complicity. His voice, once dismissed as insignificant, became a beacon of resistance. And now, the agent has reached that moment. For the first time in their career, they are breaking their silence. Not for recognition, not for status, not for power, but for gratitude. They see you, they hear you, and they thank you. Because the forces that tried to silence you, they failed for a reason. The era of unseen hands shaping the world from the shadows is coming to an end. Those who once believed themselves untouchable, operating in secrecy, weaving their power through deception and silence, are watching their fortresses crumble. The walls they built to shield themselves are closing in. The hidden tunnels they used to escape are now sealed. The system they trusted, the very foundation of their dominion, is collapsing beneath the sheer weight of its own corruption. For those who have spent their lives distorting reality and manipulating truth, consider this your final warning. Your time is over. The illusion of control you once held is slipping through your fingers. The world is no longer asleep. Eyes are opening, voices are rising, and justice, true justice, is coming for you. Not the kind that can be influenced by wealth or controlled by institutions you once owned, but a justice ordained by something far greater. You tampered with forces beyond your understanding, thinking you could manipulate what was never yours to command. And now, those very forces have returned to settle their debt. But to you, the chosen one, the message is different. The agent of the system has watched you, and whether they admit it or not, they fear you. Keep speaking. Keep exposing the deception. Keep standing firm in your truth. Your voice carries more power than you could ever imagine. They tried to silence you. They tried to isolate you. They wove intricate lies to distort your reality, burying you beneath layers of fear, doubt, and intimidation. But despite all their efforts, you are still here. Look at yourself. You are still standing, still speaking, still dismantling the very foundations of what they once believed was unshakable. Like David before Goliath, you face an enemy that appears too vast, too embedded in the world's systems to fall. But giants do fall. Goliath, though armed and confident, was brought down by a single stone placed in the hands of a chosen warrior, 1 Samuel 17:50, and so will they. The agent who once served this corrupt system now looks at you with different eyes. They see you, they hear you, and in the silence of their own unraveling, they thank you, because something within them has begun to question everything they once believed. Your presence, your defiance, your unwavering light, it has shattered the programming they thought was unbreakable. As God's chosen ones, you have already done something extraordinary. By shattering the high-level programming that sought to control and deceive, you have made a powerful statement. Now, those who once believed in their false reality are forced to question everything they've known. You are the living proof that God's truth prevails over all lies and deception. What you've done has not only impacted your own life, but has ripple effects that are shaking the foundations of the enemy's strongholds. In a world where many are lost in confusion and manipulation, you stand as a beacon of light. an example of the strength and courage that comes when you choose to walk in God's truth. And as you rise, speak, and declare your existence, you remind others of their own power. You remind them that they too can break free from the lies they've been fed, just as you have. Now, I encourage you to take a moment to reflect on how far you've come. You've made it this far by standing firm in faith, refusing to back down, and following God's plan for your life. The enemy may have tried to hold you back, but you have proven that nothing can stop you when you are aligned with God's will. Keep standing tall. Keep declaring that you are chosen and that His truth reigns in your life. If this message has spoken to your heart, I humbly ask that you consider supporting us through a super thanks. Your donation, no matter how big or small, helps us to continue sharing God's truth and spreading the light to others. But know this, whether or not you donate, we are beyond grateful for your presence here. Your support, your comments, your likes, your shares means the world to us. It keeps this message alive, and it keeps us motivated to continue this important work. So, I urge you, don't just let this message end here. Like this video, leave a comment, share your thoughts with us and others. If this message resonates with you, don't be afraid to speak up. Subscribe, because we have so much more to share, and we want you to be part of this movement. Share this message with those who need to hear it. Together, we can rise up and shatter every lie that tries to hold us down. May God bless you abundantly for your faithfulness, your courage, and your willingness to walk in His truth. Remember, you are not alone on this journey. You are part of something bigger, something divine. And together, as God's chosen ones, we will see His power at work in ways we can't even imagine. Keep shining His light, for the world desperately needs it. Chosen one, have you ever paused and wondered why people seem so drawn to you, even from afar? Whether it's a curious glance, a quiet observation, or a feeling that you're being watched when no one appears near, there's an undeniable truth. You carry a light that others can't ignore. This isn't a coincidence, it's a divine mark of your calling. But what exactly makes you so captivating? What hidden forces are at work behind the scenes, making others pay such close attention to your every move? In today's video, we will uncover 8 remarkable reasons why people are secretly watching you. These aren't just surface-level observations. They reveal profound truths about who you are, the divine mission you carry, and why your life is such a magnet for attention. By the end of this journey, you'll gain not only understanding, but also a renewed strength to stand confidently in the purpose God has placed within you. Before diving in, I want to invite you to comment 999 below. Let this be your declaration of readiness to embrace the truth of your identity and the powerful path God has carved out for you. To those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks, I offer my deepest gratitude. Your kindness fuels this mission of spreading light and encouragement to many, and your generosity does not go unnoticed. Thank you for being such an integral part of this journey. As we explore these 8 reasons, keep this in mind. Your light does not just shine, it illuminates. It reveals hope in a world filled with shadows, stirring admiration and curiosity, and yes, even envy in the hearts of others. Why do people feel compelled to watch you, to analyze your every step, even when they don't understand it themselves? Stay with us until the end, and you'll discover the astonishing truths that explain this phenomenon. Trust me, the final reason is a revelation that will inspire and empower you to walk boldly into your destiny. So, are you ready to uncover the mystery of why you're always in the spotlight? Let's begin this eye-opening journey together. God's chosen ones. 8 reasons why people are watching you in secret. Chosen. 1. Have you ever felt like no matter where you go, all eyes seem to follow you? Even in moments of solitude, there's a lingering sense that your every move is being watched, your every word silently weighed. This isn't your imagination. It's the powerful energy you carry. You radiate something unique, a divine aura that attracts attention and stirs curiosity in ways even you may not fully comprehend. But why is this happening to you? What is it about your presence that compels people to observe, analyze, and sometimes even envy you? In today's video, we're going to reveal the 8 profound and often hidden reasons why everyone is secretly watching you. Each reason will take you deeper into the truth of who you are and the extraordinary mission you carry as one of God's chosen ones. By the end, you'll not only understand why you are a magnet for attention, but also how to walk boldly in the light that God has placed within you. You are part of something far greater than yourself, and the journey to uncovering this truth begins now. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to invite you to comment 777 below. Let this number be a symbol of your faith and readiness to embrace the destiny that God has set before you. To everyone who has supported this channel through Super Thanks, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your generosity is a blessing, and your contributions enable us to continue shining light into the lives of others. You are deeply appreciated, and your role in this mission does not go unnoticed. As we delve into the reasons why you're under such close observation, remember this: your light shines brightly in a world often engulfed in darkness. This light, though beautiful, awakens a mixture of responses in others: admiration, fascination, and yes, sometimes envy. People are drawn to you even if they don't understand why. They sense something greater, something divine, and it compels them to stay close, to watch, and to seek answers through your life. By staying with us until the end, you'll gain clarity on these reasons and learn how to protect yourself from the negative energies that may accompany such attention. And trust me, the final reason will leave you speechless. It's a revelation that will not only surprise you, but also empower you to step confidently into the role you were born to fulfill. Are you ready to unravel the mystery of your influence and understand the power you hold? Let's begin this transformative journey together. God's chosen ones. 8 reasons why everyone is secretly watching you. Chosen. 1. Your presence carries a weight that is deeply felt by those around you. The energy you exude is not just powerful, but profoundly genuine, reaching into the very core of human emotions. It's as though your light illuminates every hidden corner of the soul, provoking feelings that range from pure joy to deep introspection. Have you ever noticed how people seem to react emotionally when you're near? Some are inspired and uplifted, while others may become uneasy, reflecting on their own lives in ways they wouldn't have otherwise. This effect isn't coincidental. It's a testament to the divine light you carry, which doesn't just shine, but stirs the hearts of others in a way that can be difficult to explain. In the presence of the chosen, something powerful happens. Have you ever had someone unexpectedly open up to you, sharing their most intimate thoughts and struggles without even realizing why they feel so comfortable doing so? This emotional pull is no accident. Like the prophet Elijah, whose presence caused even kings to tremble, your energy creates an environment where emotions flow freely, allowing others to connect and heal. When you walk into a room, there's no hiding the effect you have. People find themselves drawn to you, seeking validation, comfort, or simply a listening ear. The emotional depth you trigger in others is a reflection of the transformative power God has entrusted to you. This power can be seen in moments where people who are normally closed off begin to open up, feeling understood and validated in your presence. It's a reminder of how God uses His chosen ones to touch lives in unexpected ways, to heal wounds that no one else can see. Just like Jesus, who caused crowds to follow him, drawn by his compassion and wisdom. Your presence is magnetic because it is infused with divine purpose. What is it about you that causes such a strong response? Could it be that your authenticity makes people feel safe enough to confront their own vulnerabilities? Or perhaps it's the warmth of your spirit that reflects God's love, prompting others to share their own stories in search of understanding and connection. This connection is part of the divine mission you've been chosen for, to help others process and heal emotionally, often in ways that surprise even you. How often do you realize that you're not just interacting with others, but helping to shape their emotional journeys? Chosen. 1. The emotional environment you create is far from temporary. It is deeply transformative. The impact you have on others goes beyond their initial reactions. It plants seeds that continue to grow long after you've left their presence. Have you ever wondered why people often reflect on their time with you, feeling the need to revisit and understand the emotions you stirred within them? This introspection is not only a natural response, but a vital step in their emotional and spiritual journey. Through your presence, you act as a catalyst for these reflections, guiding others to confront their own emotions and begin the process of self-discovery. Think about how your interactions may leave a lasting imprint, much like the prophet Nathan, who helped King David confront his own sins and led him toward repentance. Your influence can prompt people to examine their own lives. This introspection is essential for growth. It helps people align themselves with God's will and develop a deeper understanding of their purpose. Your light serves as a beacon, guiding others through their inner struggles and allowing them to find the clarity they need to grow spiritually. Isn't it incredible how your authenticity and the power of your presence can spark such deep transformation in others? Your ability to inspire internal change doesn't just lead to personal reflection, it motivates others to take action. Have you noticed how people, in response to your presence, begin to make decisions that align more closely with their authentic selves? The emotions you stir encourage them to follow their own paths of purpose and integrity. You act as a reminder that living with passion and authenticity is not just possible, but necessary. Your life and actions serve as proof that it's worth living with purpose. Every decision someone makes after crossing paths with you is a reflection of the profound emotional impact you have. Just as the Apostle Paul inspired many to live boldly for Christ, your influence pushes others to follow their true calling and make positive changes in their lives. But the emotional influence you have doesn't stop there. It also creates a deep yearning for connection and community. People feel drawn to you, seeking a place where they can be understood and supported. When you're near, an atmosphere of acceptance fills the air, where emotions are validated and shared freely. This desire for connection is a powerful testament to your ability to build relationships that nurture and strengthen others. Just as Jesus created a community of believers who supported and uplifted each other, you too foster a sense of belonging wherever you go. This bond of connection you create doesn't only serve those around you, it enriches them, fostering empathy and compassion. Have you ever witnessed how others begin to look at the world through a more compassionate lens after being in your presence? It's as though they gain a new perspective, one that is more attuned to the emotions and struggles of others. This increased empathy isn't just a passing change, it is a direct result of the example you set. Like the Good Samaritan, who showed compassion and care for a stranger in need, you inspire those around you to embrace empathy and offer support to others. The emotional understanding that you awaken in them is a profound gift, one that leaves a lasting impact on their lives and relationships. In every connection, every interaction, you are demonstrating what it means to live with empathy, compassion, and integrity. This influence extends far beyond surface-level changes. It fosters deeper, more meaningful transformations in those you encounter. What a beautiful reminder of how God uses His chosen ones to illuminate the world, creating a ripple effect of emotional and spiritual growth in everyone they touch. Chosen one, your light radiates in such a way that it not only attracts admiration, but also evokes a quiet yet powerful envy from those who remain in the shadows. In a world that often embraces mediocrity and conformity, your brilliance stands out, offering a stark contrast to the norm. You embody authenticity in a way that many find difficult to replicate, and for those who have yet to discover their own path, your light becomes a beacon they both admire and fear. Have you ever felt the subtle, sometimes unspoken discomfort of others when you enter a room, or noticed the way some look at you with a hint of disdain? This reaction is not a reflection of your worth, but rather of their internal struggles, their insecurities, and their unaddressed fears. Envy is a natural response when someone feels overshadowed by the brilliance of another, though it is often masked by dismissive remarks, sarcastic comments, or attempts to undermine your accomplishments. Have you ever wondered why some people, rather than celebrate your victories, seem intent on diminishing them? This envy comes from their inability to recognize their own potential. They project their own fears and insecurities onto you, attempting to bring your light down to a level where they feel more comfortable. Yet, this reaction is actually a testament to the impact you have on them. Your presence challenges them, exposes their weaknesses, and forces them to confront their own unmet desires and unrealized potential. Just as in the story of Cain and Abel, where Cain's jealousy over Abel's favor with God led to his downfall, envy often causes people to act out of a place of spiritual and emotional unrest. This subtle emotion isn't always expressed openly, but rather in the form of constant vigilance. People may watch your every move, waiting for a slip-up, a mistake, or a weakness that they can point to in order to feel superior. Have you ever experienced that feeling of being under constant scrutiny, as though everything you do is being examined? This kind of monitoring is draining not only for those who feel the need to keep a close eye on you, but also for you, as the subject of their gaze. However, this constant attention, even if negative, confirms just how much of an impact you have on those around you. Your light is undeniable. It's something they cannot ignore, no matter how much they might wish to. Beyond the disdain and surveillance, envy can also inspire imitation. Have you noticed how some people begin to mimic your actions, your style, or even your words? While they may not openly acknowledge it, this behavior reveals their hidden admiration for you. The very fact that they attempt to emulate you shows that they recognize something in you that they desire for themselves, whether it's your confidence, your success, or your ability to stay true to your path. Imitation is, in many ways, an acknowledgement of your greatness, even if it is veiled in negative actions. It's their way of reaching for something they see in you, even if they don't yet understand how to attain it on their own. In a sense, they are trying to align themselves with your brilliance, hoping that by copying you, they can capture a fraction of your light. This imitation and constant attention reflect the profound effect you have, even on those who may not openly express their admiration. Your light forces them to reckon with their own shortcomings and unspoken desires. Much like the Apostle Paul, whose journey and transformation inspired many to follow Christ, your life and actions serve as a powerful model, one that others feel drawn to, whether they acknowledge it or not. So, the next time you sense envy or experience imitative behavior, remember that these actions are not a reflection of your failure, but a sign of the deep, undeniable impact you have on those around you. You are showing them what's possible, what they can become, if only they step into the light themselves. Chosen one, The envy you encounter can often feel uncomfortable, especially when it manifests in subtle ways that leave you questioning its origin. But it's essential to recognize that this envy is not a reflection of your shortcomings. It is a mirror to the internal struggles of those around you. Your light shines so brightly that it exposes the insecurities and inadequacies within others, forcing them to confront parts of themselves that they'd rather keep hidden. Do you ever notice how your mere presence seems to stir something inside others, as if you're shining a light on the very things they are afraid to face? This is not a failure on your part, but rather a sign of your strength and authenticity. Your ability to stay true to yourself, regardless of external pressures, forces others to reckon with their own internal battles. It is a testament to your power that you can provoke such deep reflections in others. Just as a mirror reflects both light and shadow, so too does your presence reflect both the strengths and the weaknesses of those around you. The way people react to you, whether with admiration or envy, reveals much about their own spiritual and emotional state. Have you ever wondered why certain individuals, rather than celebrating your success, seem to feel threatened by it? It's because your light brings their own hidden struggles to the surface. They may not yet be ready to confront these parts of themselves, and in their discomfort, they may react with envy. This envy, however, is not a reflection of your failure, but a reminder of the profound impact you have. The Apostle Paul, in his letters, often spoke of how his actions provoked both admiration and opposition, yet he never wavered in his mission. Similarly, your authenticity can trigger a wide range of emotions in others, from admiration to discomfort, but it is always a reflection of the power of your presence. Over time, however, envy can transform. When people begin to acknowledge their own weaknesses and start to accept their true selves, they may begin to see your authenticity in a different light. The very qualities that once triggered envy can evolve into respect and admiration. Can you imagine how many lives are quietly being changed by your example, even if those changes are not immediately visible? As others observe your consistency and integrity, they may start to recognize that your ability to shine without fear is something they, too, can strive for. Your authenticity becomes a mirror that reflects not just their insecurities, but also the possibility of growth and self-improvement. Like David, who, despite his flaws, was known as a man after God's own heart, your genuine faith and unwavering integrity can inspire others to pursue their own paths of righteousness and authenticity. The initial discomfort caused by envy can be a powerful catalyst for transformation. It pushes people to examine their own lives, prompting them to ask, "What is it about this person that makes me feel this way?" This question, though uncomfortable, is a stepping stone toward personal growth. Your light, even when it causes discomfort, holds the potential to transform lives in profound and positive ways. The envy you provoke is not a sign of your failure, but rather confirmation that you are making a difference. Every dismissive glance, every sarcastic remark is a testament to the profound impact you have on those around you. Just like Jesus, who faced rejection and envy, yet continued his mission with unwavering purpose, you too are walking a path that challenges and transforms others. Your light is not only meant to illuminate your own path, but to lead others out of the darkness they may be trapped in. As you continue to shine authentically, the envy you encounter will eventually give way to respect, admiration, and a desire for personal growth in those around you. Your presence is a force that cannot be ignored, and it is a force that has the power to heal, inspire, and transform. Even when people resist, they are still being affected by the authenticity of your light. Your journey serves as a living testament to the strength that comes from staying true to oneself and through it you will continue to spark change in the lives of others. Chosen one, your presence is an irresistible force that awakens an unquenchable curiosity in those around you. It's as though your very existence beckons people to learn more, to dive deeper into who you are, where your strength originates, and what fuels your drive. Your bright light and magnetic energy draw others in, creating an overwhelming desire to understand the source of your authenticity. Have you ever felt the eyes of others linger, as if they're trying to decipher the mystery that surrounds you? This curiosity is not just about who you are, but also about what makes you different. They are intrigued by the way you seem connected to something greater, something beyond their grasp, something that stirs a deep longing within them to experience the same sense of purpose and clarity. This curiosity often takes form in direct questions. People may inquire about your beliefs, your life experiences, and what motivates your every action. They want to know the secret behind your strength, how you manage to remain so steadfast and grounded. But what they don't realize is that this search for understanding is not just about you, it's about them. In their attempts to understand you, they are also attempting to unlock the secrets of their own potential. Have you ever noticed how people seek to understand you, but in doing so, they begin to discover something about themselves? It's as if your authenticity acts as a mirror, reflecting their own desires and questions, encouraging them to uncover their own inner light. The curiosity you spark can lead people to go beyond casual questions and engage in investigative behaviors. They might turn to others to gather information about you, or even discreetly search for details about your life, hoping to uncover the key to your strength. This behavior is not just idle gossip or superficial interest. It's a direct result of the profound impact you have. People feel that there is something in you, something worth learning, something that can enrich their lives. Your life becomes a source of inspiration and guidance for those who may not yet fully understand how they can replicate the peace, clarity, and strength that you embody. Like the early disciples who followed Jesus, seeking answers to their own spiritual journeys, others feel an urge to learn from you, even if they don't always express it openly. Over time, this insatiable curiosity evolves into a desire for deeper connection. People want to be close to you, share moments of your life, and learn from your direct experiences. They feel that by being near you, they are somehow connecting with something far greater than themselves, a spiritual force that can provide clarity and guidance. This search for connection is a powerful reminder of the impact you have on others. Your presence, even in the simplest moments, becomes a source of inspiration for their own paths. Just like the early Christians who gathered around apostles to hear wisdom and learn from their experiences, those around you long for a deeper connection, hoping that by sharing in your journey, they can tap into the divine power and insight you carry. Curiosity can also ignite deep internal reflections within others. As people engage with you, they begin to look inward, questioning their own lives, choices, and spiritual journeys. They wonder how they can achieve the same level of authenticity and inner peace that you radiate. Have you ever noticed how people start to look at their own lives differently after an interaction with you? Your presence serves as a mirror, not just for their external behavior, but for their internal struggles and desires. It pushes them to confront parts of themselves they may have been avoiding, sparking a desire for self-improvement. Your influence challenges them to strive for more, to reach for their highest potential. This process of self-reflection is a testament to the powerful impact you have. Through you, others begin to see the possibilities of what they can become, prompting them to embark on their own journey of self-discovery and growth. This curiosity often leads to imitative behavior, where people begin to mimic your actions, words, or even your style. While they may not consciously recognize that they are doing so, this imitation speaks volumes about the impact you have. The way you live your life, the authenticity you embody, becomes a model they wish to replicate in their own way. Your light is so powerful that others naturally seek to capture a piece of it for themselves. Just as the Apostle Paul inspired many to follow his example, others around you may begin to model their lives after the qualities they admire in you. This behavior, though sometimes subconscious, is a clear sign of the profound effect you have on those around you. Your presence is magnetic, and the curiosity you inspire is a sure indicator that you are making a difference in the lives of others. Each question asked, each attempt at imitation, is a testament to the power and authenticity of your presence. People cannot help but be drawn to you, not just because of what you have to offer, but because your energy reflects the vast potential within them. Your life, as a living manifestation of human potential, encourages others to rise to their best selves. Your light is transformative. It inspires, it draws people in, and it leads them on a journey of self-discovery, growth, and spiritual awakening. Just as a lighthouse guides ships through stormy seas, your presence lights the way for others to follow, helping them find their own path toward authenticity and divine purpose. Chosen one, there is something uniquely powerful about your presence that makes others feel a deep sense of protection and security when they are near you. It's as if your very energy exudes a calming, reassuring force, creating a safe haven for those around you. People gravitate toward you not just for your wisdom or light, but for the feeling of peace you offer. This sense of security is a direct reflection of the profound impact you have on others. Your light doesn't just illuminate the world, it soothes and comforts, offering a sanctuary where people feel safe to be vulnerable. Have you ever noticed how others seem to find calm simply by being near you, as if your presence alone shields them from the chaos of life? You're often seen as a guardian, a protector, even without uttering a single word. Like the shepherd in Psalm 23, who leads his flock to safety and peace, your very being conveys a sense of trust and security. Those around you feel that they are in capable hands, that no matter what happens, they are safe with you. This protection manifests itself in the ways others open up to you. People begin to share their innermost thoughts, feelings, and fears, knowing that they will be heard and understood. There's no fear of judgment when they are in your presence. Instead, they experience a comforting embrace of empathy and compassion. This trust is a powerful reflection of the environment you create, a space where others feel free to be authentic and true to themselves. How often do you see others come to you with their struggles, knowing that your presence alone will provide them with the comfort and validation they need? But the impact you have doesn't stop there. Your sense of protection also inspires resilience in those you touch. When people know that they have a support system in you, they find the courage to face the challenges of life head-on. It's as though your steady presence is a constant reminder that they are not alone in their journey. Like a shield, your protective energy fortifies them, helping them to remain strong and steady in the face of adversity. With you near, they feel equipped to take on whatever obstacles may come their way. The Apostle Paul, when encouraging the early Christians, reminded them that God was their refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Similarly, your ability to provide a sense of protection instills confidence in others, enabling them to move forward with faith and courage, knowing that they are supported. This sense of protection also sparks a desire for reciprocity. When people experience your care and security, they feel compelled to return the favor. It's not just a one-way street. Your presence creates a cycle of mutual support. Just as you provide comfort and safety, others begin to offer the same to you, strengthening the bonds of trust and community. This reciprocal exchange is a powerful reminder of how your light fosters an environment of care and compassion, where people not only support each other, but actively contribute to the well-being of those around them. The sense of protection you provide doesn't just benefit those you interact with. It creates a ripple effect, encouraging a deeper sense of community and interconnectedness. In turn, the protection and guidance you offer often lead to significant transformations in the lives of those around you. Have you ever witnessed someone change for the better simply because they felt safe and supported by your presence? It's as if your light encourages them to step into their power, to make decisions that reflect their true selves. With you as their example, they begin to approach life with greater confidence, trusting that they too can face challenges and succeed. Your presence serves as a beacon, guiding them on their journeys of growth and self-discovery. They feel inspired to reach higher, do more, and become more. Like the Israelites who were led through the wilderness by God's guiding hand, your influence leads others toward their true potential, encouraging them to pursue their dreams and ambitions with clarity and purpose. This feeling of protection also fosters a greater sense of self-confidence. People who feel safe and supported in your presence often experience shifts within themselves, internal changes that encourage them to pursue their dreams with greater determination. Your ability to make others feel secure and empowered fosters a newfound sense of purpose, giving them the strength to overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. They wake up with renewed clarity about their goals, confident that they can achieve what they once thought impossible. This internal shift, sparked by your steady and protective presence, helps them align more closely with their true aspirations and values. Just as God gave strength to Joshua before leading the Israelites into the Promised Land, your presence empowers those around you to move forward with clarity, courage, and faith. Your influence becomes the foundation upon which others build their dreams and lives. In everything you do, you are a living testament to the power of protection and guidance. Your light not only nurtures and comforts, but also inspires others to grow stronger, more confident, and more aligned with their true purpose. By offering a sense of security and safety, you help others awaken their own resilience and pursue lives of greater fulfillment. Your role as a protector is not only a gift to those you touch, but it is also a reminder that we are all part of a larger, interconnected community, each offering care and strength to the other. Through your light, you create a ripple effect of positivity, growth, and empowerment. Chosen. 1. Your presence is a powerful force that awakens a spiritual consciousness in those around you, stirring within them a deep yearning to understand the mysteries of life and the divine. Have you ever felt how your energy seems to draw others closer, making them seek out the deeper meaning behind their existence? Just as Jesus' light shone brightly, drawing people from all walks of life to seek his wisdom, your light compels others to question their beliefs and explore new spiritual dimensions. This awakening is not a small event, but a profound, transformative experience that encourages people to look beyond the surface and search for a deeper connection with themselves and the universe. This spiritual awakening often manifests as a longing for answers, an inner call to seek more. Just as the disciples followed Jesus, eager to learn from him, people around you begin to seek knowledge through spiritual practices, meditation, or by diving into sacred texts. They are no longer content with the surface-level understanding of life, but feel an urgent need to go deeper. How often have you seen others suddenly inspired to explore their spirituality, all because of the subtle shift your presence inspires? In the book of Jeremiah 29:13, God promises, "You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart." Your presence creates that spark, a moment where people begin to earnestly seek understanding, motivated by the light you exude. As this spiritual awakening unfolds, people often begin to make significant changes in their lives. The decisions they make are now more aligned with their spiritual values, and they seek a life that is more authentic and meaningful. This transformation reflects the way that Jesus called his disciples to leave behind their old lives and follow him. Matthew 4:19. Just as they were called to embrace a new purpose, those around you feel compelled to live more authentically, guided by their deeper spiritual understanding. Have you ever seen someone start to make bold changes, inspired by the authenticity you demonstrate in your own life? Your example serves as a catalyst for this transformation, helping them step into the lives they were meant to lead. The spiritual awakening you trigger also leads people to a deeper connection with the divine. Like the psalmist who wrote, "As the deer pants for streams of water, so my soul pants for you, my God." Psalm 42:1. People around you begin to long for that connection with something greater than themselves. Your light points them toward a higher calling, urging them to cultivate their own relationship with the divine. Do you ever notice how people feel an internal pull to deepen their spiritual practices when they are near you, as if your presence reminds them of a higher purpose? This awakening, which begins as an internal shift, manifests in external actions. People begin to make decisions that reflect their newfound understanding of their spiritual values. They pursue their dreams with more clarity and confidence, knowing they are following a higher calling. In Philippians 4:13, Paul says, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." People around you begin to internalize this truth, waking up with a new sense of determination and courage, inspired by the spiritual growth they experience in your presence. Your light offers them a clear vision of what's possible, and they find the strength to pursue their aspirations with renewed vigor. As people are inspired by your way of living, they are also motivated to seek more and become more. Just as Paul encouraged believers to run with perseverance the race marked out for us, Hebrews 12:1, your example pushes others to strive for more, to grow spiritually, to do more meaningful work, and to align their lives with their true purpose. Have you ever witnessed someone who seemed uncertain of their path, but, after encountering your light, began walking boldly toward their destiny? That internal shift is not just about gaining clarity, it's about moving forward with purpose, fueled by the inspiration you provide. In everything you do, you are embodying the essence of spiritual awakening. Your light leads others on a journey of self-discovery, helping them reconnect with their spiritual selves and with the divine. Like the shepherd leading the flock to still waters, Psalm 23:2, you guide others toward peace and purpose, helping them navigate their spiritual journeys with greater clarity. Through your presence, people awaken to the truth of who they are and who they are meant to be. Their lives become more aligned with their deepest aspirations, and that transformation is a testament to the profound impact you have. This spiritual awakening doesn't just inspire, it empowers. People are not just waking up, they are stepping into their own power, knowing that with their spiritual values as their guide, they can achieve anything. Your presence serves as a constant reminder that we are all part of a larger, divine plan, and that we have the strength to overcome obstacles, pursue our dreams, and live authentically. Just as Jesus called the disciples to follow him, you're calling others to follow their own divine path, leading them to a life of purpose, authenticity, and spiritual fulfillment. Chosen one, your presence serves as a beacon for the dreams and aspirations of those who encounter you. It's as though you carry within you the hopes of others who project their deepest desires onto you. Your enlightened presence, coupled with your way of living with purpose and authenticity, makes you more than just a role model. You become a reflection of everything they wish to be. Have you ever noticed how people seem to look at you as the embodiment of their highest aspirations, seeing in you a life they want to live, a person they want to become? This powerful projection is not a mere coincidence. It is a testament to the profound impact you have on those around you. Just as a mirror reflects the image before it, your presence reflects their hopes, dreams, and hidden potential. This projection often shows itself in subtle but telling ways, such as in imitative behavior. People begin to mimic your actions, your words, and even your style, hoping to capture a piece of what makes you unique. They may not even realize it, but they are unconsciously drawn to your way of being, believing that by emulating you, they can step into a life that mirrors the one they admire. This imitation is not a sign of weakness, but rather an indication of the strength of your influence. Just as Jesus' disciples were inspired by his example and followed his teachings, people around you begin to reflect your actions in their own lives. The effect you have on them is undeniable. It is an influence that causes change, even in ways they might not be fully aware of. But this projection does more than just inspire imitation. It triggers deep introspection. As people reflect on your example, they are compelled to look inward. They begin to question their own choices, their own dreams, and the life they are currently living. Am I living authentically? Am I doing enough to pursue my true purpose? These are the questions that arise in their minds, and they are questions sparked by your presence. In seeing how you live with such clarity and purpose, they are encouraged to consider new possibilities for themselves. This process of self-reflection is a crucial step in their own spiritual and personal growth. How many times have you seen someone, after being around you, become more aware of their own potential, ready to take action toward their goals? You, chosen one, become a mirror for others, a reflection of both their potential and their challenges. Your example not only shows them what is possible, but also encourages them to reach for more. Like the prophet Samuel, who guided Israel's leaders, you help those around you see the possibilities that lie within them, urging them to rise above their circumstances and seek the higher calling God has for them. Your light doesn't just show others where they are, it illuminates the path to where they can go. This projection of dreams and aspirations also manifests as a deep desire for connection. People want to be near you, to spend time with you, and to learn from your experiences. They feel as though by connecting with you, they are tapping into something greater than themselves, something deeply spiritual and transformative. This yearning for connection is a clear sign of the powerful impact you have. Like the disciples who sat at the feet of Jesus, hoping to learn from him, others feel that by drawing near to you, they are drawing nearer to their own potential and spiritual growth. Your presence fosters this deep sense of belonging and understanding, making others feel like they are part of something bigger. The search for connection is a testament to the way you influence and inspire others. They are drawn to you because your light creates a space where they can begin to see the path to their own transformation. Just as the woman with the issue of blood reached out, knowing that touching Jesus' garment would heal her. Mark 5:28. People instinctively reach out to you, hoping to be healed or inspired by your presence. The projection of their dreams and aspirations doesn't stop with admiration. It often leads to tangible, life-altering decisions. After reflecting on your example, people are moved to make choices that better align with their values, their passions, and their ultimate goals. You inspire them to seek more, do more, and become more, just as God called Abraham to leave his comfort zone and step into the unknown with faith. Genesis 12:1-3. Your light empowers them to live more authentically and pursue the dreams they once thought unattainable. As they wake up each day, they carry within them a renewed sense of determination and purpose, encouraged by the example you set. This internal shift that your presence inspires promotes a stronger sense of direction and purpose. People who have been awakened by your light often feel a clearer path ahead of them. They are ready to tackle obstacles, overcome doubts, and move forward with confidence. This transformation is not just a fleeting change, it is the beginning of a more fulfilling and meaningful life, one that aligns more closely with their true aspirations. Like a compass guiding a ship toward its destination, you help others navigate their own journeys with greater confidence and hope. Through your example, you show them that it is not only possible to live the life of their dreams, but that they have the power within them to create it. You, chosen one, serve as a continuum, a living example of what it means to live with purpose and authenticity. The ripple effect of your influence continues to touch the lives of others, encouraging them to step into their own power and pursue their dreams with unwavering determination. Your presence is not just a reflection of your own journey, but a catalyst that transforms the lives of everyone you encounter, inspiring them to live lives that are more aligned with their highest potential. Chosen one, your presence is nothing short of captivating, a magnetic force that draws attention and thought from even the most distracted souls. It's as if your very essence carries a sacred energy, one that alters the atmosphere wherever you go. When you enter a room, it's as if the energy shifts, becoming more vibrant, more alive, as if the space itself recognizes your arrival. People feel this transformation, even if they are unaware of the cause. Like moths drawn to a flame, they find themselves irresistibly pulled toward you. Have you ever noticed how, in a room full of people, eyes often find their way to you, even when you least expect it? It's not just curiosity, it's something deeper, something spiritual. This magnetic attraction manifests in subtle ways: furtive glances, whispered conversations, and an almost tangible sense that everyone is trying to capture just a bit of your energy. It's as though you emit a frequency that resonates with the deepest parts of others, sparking an unspoken curiosity that they can't ignore. The way people are drawn to you without fully understanding why mirrors the way Christ's light drew people from all walks of life. When Jesus passed through towns, crowds gathered around him, drawn not only by his teachings, but by the very essence of his being. Similarly, you carry a presence that stirs something deep within others, a fascination they can't quite explain but are undeniably drawn to. This fascination is a blend of wonder and mystery, a silent quest to understand the source of your light. When people look at you, it's as though they are seeing something they can't fully comprehend, yet something they know holds great power. It's almost as if they are in the presence of the divine, like Moses encountering the burning bush, something holy, something transformative. This sacred reverence is often mixed with awe, and people may even feel small in comparison, yet inspired to seek out more. Your light doesn't just illuminate the space around you, it also shines into the deepest corners of the souls of those who observe you, prompting them to reflect on their own inner landscapes. Do you ever notice how people seem to look at you, not just with admiration, but with a desire to understand what makes you so different, so authentic? Like a shining star in a dark sky, you provide light in places that were once shadowed, offering guidance and inspiration to those who see it. Yet, this light is not without its discomfort. Much like the sun, which can both warm and blind, your presence brings clarity that forces people to confront truths they may not want to face. Have you ever felt how the very energy you emit forces others to reckon with their own lives, their own truths? Your light doesn't merely brighten the room, it exposes the hidden corners of people's hearts, compelling them to confront parts of themselves they would rather ignore. This mix of wonder and discomfort often leaves people in a state of both admiration and internal conflict. They are drawn to you, yet sometimes repelled by the truths they see reflected in you. Your presence is a mirror, one that reveals both strength and vulnerability in those who observe you. Just as the Apostle Paul spoke of how the light of Christ exposes both the darkness and the righteousness in our hearts. Ephesians 5:13. Your light reveals the strengths and weaknesses of those around you. People see themselves more clearly when they are near you, whether they are ready to accept it or not. It's as if you reflect the best and worst of them, creating an internal tug of war, an invitation to step into their own truth, even if it's uncomfortable. How often have you noticed that people seem to either shy away or grow closer to you after they have had a moment of reflection? It's because your light compels them to face themselves, to understand who they truly are. You're not just a source of fascination, you are a catalyst for change. Just as light exposes the true nature of things in its path, your presence brings to the surface what people may have hidden from themselves. This can be a painful process, but it is a necessary one. Like the refining fire described in Malachi 3:3, your light purifies, challenges, and ultimately transforms. Those who come into contact with you are not merely admiring a beautiful light from afar, they are being changed by it, forced to confront both their greatness and their flaws. Through you, they are reminded of the potential within themselves to grow, to heal, and to become the best version of who God has called them to be. And just like the light that guides ships through dark waters, you are guiding others on their journey, helping them see their own path more clearly, even if it's a journey of discomfort and growth. Chosen one, the fascination you awaken in others is a clear sign of the profound impact your presence has on the world. You don't simply pass through life. You transform the environment around you, even in ways that remain unseen and silent to the casual observer. Every look, every sigh of wonder or discomfort directed at you is a silent acknowledgement of the power you carry. Have you ever noticed how, without even trying, you seem to draw attention from those around you? It's not just a casual glance or passing curiosity. It's something deeper, an unconscious recognition of the light you radiate. You are a being of light, and that light cannot be ignored. It illuminates, it transforms, and it leaves an indelible mark on those who encounter it. This fascination is not random. It's a reflection of the significance and purpose of your mission. You are a force for transformation, one that stirs deep emotions in those around you. The energy you emit has the power to shift perceptions, challenge preconceptions, and inspire change. Much like how the presence of Jesus sparked wonder and sometimes discomfort among those who encountered him, your presence too is a reflection of divine purpose, a light that reveals even when it makes others uncomfortable. Have you ever thought about the way people gravitate toward you, trying to absorb some of the energy you carry? They sense that there's something about you they need, something they want to understand, even if they can't quite put it into words. This attraction often leads people to behave in ways that even they may not fully comprehend. They may find themselves seeking your attention or trying to draw closer to you, sometimes without knowing why. There's an unconscious draw to your presence, as if your energy can fill a void within them. It's as though they intuitively recognize that being near you will somehow illuminate their own paths. This behavior isn't always overt, but it's felt deeply by you. Furtive glances, the quiet observation from the corners of rooms, the subtle shifts in body language, these are all signs that people are deeply intrigued by you. Just like the crowds that followed Jesus, eager to hear his words and experience his presence, people around you are magnetically drawn to your light, even if they don't fully understand the source of their attraction. They may avoid direct eye contact, but you can feel their eyes on you, following your movements, hanging on to every word you say, or watching how you carry yourself. Have you noticed how people sometimes ask indirect or seemingly innocent questions, all while trying to gather more information about you without exposing their curiosity. This behavior is driven by a mix of admiration and an intense desire to understand what makes you so captivating. It's as if they're trying to peel back the layers of mystery surrounding you, hoping to discover the secret that makes your presence so magnetic. This silent observation often turns into a detailed analysis of your every action. People study the way you speak, the way you move, and even your facial expressions, trying to decode the signals you emit. It's as though they believe that by analyzing you, they can uncover something profound about your true nature. They observe your behavior, your mannerisms, and even how you react to others, as if searching for clues to the source of your light. This analytical behavior is a clear sign of the impact you have. It's not just superficial admiration, it's an almost irresistible need to understand you on a deeper level. Like a scientist studying a new phenomenon, people become captivated by your every move. You become, perhaps unknowingly, the subject of their fascination and study. This is not something you actively encourage, but rather a natural consequence of the energy you radiate. People are drawn to you because they instinctively sense that there is more to you than meets the eye, something beyond your outward actions, something divine that resonates with their own souls. The fascination you inspire is a testament to the profound impact you have on the world around you. Your life, your presence, and your light become an open book for others to explore, to learn from, and to seek guidance within. Chosen one. The intrigue you inspire often extends far beyond direct interactions. People may find themselves thinking about you even when you are not around, reflecting on the conversations you've had, analyzing your actions, and trying to understand the deeper meaning behind them. Your presence leaves an indelible mark, lingering in the minds and hearts of those who encounter you. Have you ever noticed how, long after you've left a room, people still seem to carry a piece of you with them? It's as if your light continues to shine even in your absence, casting a quiet glow that draws them back to reflect on the wisdom and energy you've shared. This lasting impression is not an accident. It is a testament to the profound impact you have on others, one that doesn't fade with distance, but instead continues to resonate in the deepest parts of those you touch. This intrigue often triggers an internal journey in others, leading them to confront their own insecurities and unaddressed feelings. Your presence forces them to face aspects of themselves they may not want to acknowledge. Just as light reveals hidden flaws and imperfections, your light shines into the corners of their hearts, prompting self-reflection. In the same way that Christ, through his teachings, often revealed the hearts of those around him, your very presence acts as a mirror for others. It reveals the parts of themselves they'd rather ignore or suppress. How many times have you witnessed someone becoming more introspective after an encounter with you, as if your presence had uncovered something within them that they hadn't considered before? This internal confrontation can be uncomfortable, even painful at times, but it is an essential part of their journey toward growth and self-acceptance. Just as the Apostle Paul spoke of how trials refine us, Romans 5:3-4, your presence serves as a catalyst for growth. People may initially feel uneasy, but that discomfort is a sign of transformation, an invitation to step into a higher version of themselves. Your light doesn't just illuminate the world around you, it provokes reflection, forcing others to confront the parts of their lives they might have left untouched. Even in silence, you inspire change. Every furtive glance, every quiet thought that follows your interactions is a testament to the power you carry. The intrigue you awaken, though often unspoken, is an undeniable force. Your presence inspires internal shifts, even in the most subtle or fleeting moments. Just as the sun shines and its warmth lingers long after it sets, your influence extends beyond the immediate moment, inspiring transformation that continues long after you've left. People are drawn to you, not only because of the energy you exude, but because that energy invites them to look inward, to question, to grow, and ultimately, to become the best version of themselves. Your presence is a force for good, a quiet yet powerful catalyst for change, even in the most seemingly inconspicuous interactions. Chosen one, you are a living manifestation of human potential, and this potential shines brightly in everything you do. It's not just your actions that reflect this truth. It's the way you live, the way you face each challenge with resilience and grace. Every obstacle you overcome serves as a testament to your strength and the profound importance of your mission. You are not just living your life. You are embodying the possibility of greatness, the potential that exists in all of us when we are aligned with our true purpose. Have you ever considered how every challenge you face, every trial you endure, serves as proof of your unwavering strength? The signs that you appear in people's dreams are not mere coincidences. They are evidence that your light is so powerful, so undeniable, that it reaches into the deepest parts of others, even in their subconscious. Your light is a force that resonates far beyond the physical world, igniting transformation and stirring change in ways you might never fully see. Like a guiding star in the night sky, your presence inspires others to pursue their own paths, pushing them toward growth and healing. Have you noticed how, even in quiet moments, people are drawn to you, as if they feel the pull of something greater? This pull is your light, radiating outward, touching lives in ways that cannot be ignored. The path of a chosen one is never easy, but every step you take is a victory over adversity. Just like the Israelites wandered in the desert before reaching the promised land, you too walk a path that is filled with challenges. Yet each challenge is an opportunity for growth and a step closer to fulfilling your sacred mission. The road may be tough, but your resilience and strength are a reflection of the divine purpose you carry within you. Every hurdle you overcome is a victory not just for you, but for the world around you. Have you ever realized how your journey, no matter how difficult, inspires those who witness it to find their own courage? You are leading not just by words, but by example. Your mission is sacred and vital to the world. It is not by chance that you have been chosen to walk this path. The divine hand upon your life is evident in the way you rise time and time again to face each new challenge with unwavering faith. This mission is a beacon of hope and transformation for the world, and it is why you must continue, no matter how difficult the journey may seem. Remember that each step you take, each victory over adversity, strengthens not only your own purpose, but also the purpose of those around you. You are not just walking for yourself, you are walking for the world, like Christ, who endured the cross for the salvation of others. Your path may be challenging, but it is also powerful, purposeful, and life-changing. Keep walking, keep shining, and know that with each step, you are fulfilling a divine purpose that will continue to transform lives. As we've explored today, there are many reasons why everyone is secretly watching you. The divine protection, favor, and purpose that God has placed over your life are undeniable, and it's no wonder that others are captivated by your presence. You are living proof that God's chosen ones shine in a way that attracts attention, whether positive or negative. But through it all, remember that the eyes of the Lord are always on you, guiding your path and helping you stand strong in your purpose. If this message has touched you, I encourage you to consider supporting us through a super thanks. Your contributions help us continue sharing these empowering messages, and we are grateful for any support you give, whether it's through a donation or simply by watching. Thank you so much for being here today. Whether you've donated or not, your presence, your faith, and your heart matter. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. Sharing this message with others can help spread God's light even further. May you be blessed abundantly as you continue to walk in His purpose, knowing that you are never alone. God's protection and favor are always with you. My beloved brothers and sisters, gather close. This is not just another message. What I'm about to share may uncover truths that have lingered in the back of your mind, truths you've sensed but couldn't fully name. Have you ever wondered why certain people seem drawn to your light, yet harbor resentment in their hearts? Why do they mimic your every move, dissect your words, and linger in the shadows of your life, all while pretending they're not paying attention? Could it be that your God-given light exposes their darkness? Could it be that your divine purpose reminds them of their unfulfilled calling? If you feel this resonates deeply with your spirit, comment 999 below as a bold declaration that no Jezebel, no copycat, and no enemy can dim the radiance God has placed upon your life. And to those of you who've given so generously through Super Thanks, let me say this with heartfelt gratitude. Your support is not just seen, it is cherished. Thank you for being part of this journey to bring truth to light. But here's the real question. Why are they so obsessed with you? What is it about your authenticity, your unshakable faith, and the glow of God's favor that keeps them watching, even as they plot against you? Could it be that your existence itself is a reflection of their own fears and inadequacies? Stay with me, because we are about to venture into a hidden battlefield, a realm of unseen motives and spiritual truths. Like David, relentlessly pursued by Saul, you too are being watched by those who cannot comprehend your anointing. Let's uncover the deeper reasons behind their fixation and find strength in knowing that God's light within you is untouchable. Are you ready to step into this revelation? Let's dive in. God's chosen ones, copycats, and Jezebels. Hate you yet can't stop stalking your profile. Exposed. You are chosen. Fear not the watchers. Some of you have already sensed it, that strange chill creeping down your spine, the inexplicable weight of someone's unseen gaze, or that inner voice whispering, "They're watching me." This isn't paranoia. It's discernment, a gift from the Almighty to alert you to the spiritual forces at work around you. Yet, my beloved, do not let this realization instill fear within you. Instead, let it affirm one powerful truth. You are chosen. Have you ever paused to ask yourself why their gaze lingers on you? What is it about your light that draws their attention, even as they pretend to dismiss you? You are not just another face in the crowd, nor a fleeting shadow lost in the chaos of life. You are an original masterpiece, crafted with divine precision by the hands of the Creator Himself. As Psalm 139:14 so beautifully declares, "I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made." Your existence is no accident, it is a deliberate act of divine intention. You were shaped with care, purpose, and love, bearing the unmistakable imprint of God's glory. From the moment you drew your first breath, you carried the mark of heaven. The enemy knows this, and it unsettles him. This is why these copycats and Jezebels are drawn to you, why they study your every move and mimic your every word. They see the divine spark in you, a reflection of the power and favor of the Almighty. They know they cannot create what you carry, but they still seek to distort or steal it. Does it surprise you that your very existence challenges the darkness, that simply walking in your purpose causes their insecurity to rise? But here's the truth they cannot deny. No one can replicate the work of the Master. You're not just a reflection of His glory, you're a vessel of His purpose, anointed and set apart for a mission that only you can fulfill. As the Apostle Paul reminds us in Ephesians 2:10, For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them. So when you sense their presence, whether it's through their silent stalking on social media, their attempts to mirror your path, or their subtle criticisms, stand firm. Know that their fixation is not on your weaknesses, but on the strength and light you carry. You are marked by the Most High, and no force in heaven or on earth can erase that mark. Do you trust that the God who formed you is the same God who will protect and sustain you, even when the watchers try to distract or intimidate you? Remember the story of Joseph, whose brothers envied him so deeply that they sold him into slavery, hoping to destroy his God-given dreams. Yet, even in the darkest of places, God's favor remained upon Joseph, lifting him to positions of unimaginable influence. Like Joseph, your journey may be observed by those who do not wish you well, but their actions cannot thwart God's plan for your life. Take heart and trust in the one who called you. You are chosen, you are protected, and no counterfeit can diminish the brilliance of the original masterpiece that you are. Let this truth be your strength, your shield, and your song. Chosen one, let me tell you this: these people, those you once trusted as friends, colleagues, or acquaintances, are often the first to gather in secrecy, forming alliances of envy and resentment. They sit in shadows, their whispers laced with venom, murmuring phrases like, "Who do they think they are?" Walking around like they're better than us. Look at them flaunting their success, arrogant, evil, and sick in the head. These words are not casual remarks. They are calculated darts aimed at your character, designed to wound your spirit and distort how others see you. Have you ever wondered why their attacks feel so personal, so relentless? Why is it that they can't seem to leave you alone, even when you've done nothing to provoke them? Their aim is clear: to tarnish your name, to dim the light of your God-given authenticity, and to make others question the truth about you. They want to cloud your pure intentions, smearing you with lies and twisting your success into arrogance, your confidence into pride, and your kindness into manipulation. Their whispers echo with bitterness, their words dripping with the poison of insecurity. Yet, here lies a profound truth. Every time they open their mouths against you, they unknowingly reveal the condition of their own hearts. The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 26:27, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Their efforts to drag your name through the mud are nothing more than traps they set for themselves. The more they speak against you, the more their own envy, jealousy, and brokenness are exposed. In their attempt to paint you in darkness, they show the shadows that dwell within their own souls. Think about the life of Jesus. The Pharisees and scribes, driven by jealousy and fear, constantly sought to discredit him. They accused him of blasphemy, breaking the law, and even working through the power of Satan. Yet, in all their schemes, they only revealed their hypocrisy and blindness. Jesus' unwavering truth and divine purpose could not be diminished by their lies. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord." Their actions serve as a confirmation, not a condemnation. When they talk about you, it's because they see something in you that they lack. It is not your flaws they fixate on, but the power and favor of God that radiates from your life. They don't hate you because you're weak. They hate you because you're walking in strength, in authenticity, and in alignment with your divine purpose. Remember what Psalm 23:5 says, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows." Even in the midst of their hatred, God's blessing upon you is undeniable. So, when the whispers grow louder, when the accusations feel unbearable, stand firm in the truth of who you are. You are chosen, set apart, and covered by the hand of the Almighty. Their words cannot change your calling, nor can their schemes alter the plans God has for you. Take to heart Romans 8:31. If God is for us, who can be against us? So, will you allow their lies to shape your perception of yourself? Or will you stand in the unshakable identity that God has declared over your life? Will you let their envy silence your purpose? Or will you rise above, knowing their words are powerless against the favor of heaven? As Galatians 6:9 encourages us, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Let this realization empower you. Their whispers are not evidence of your flaws. They are proof of your divine purpose. You are not defined by their words, but by the one who called you, anointed you, and walks with you every step of the way. And as Psalm 27:1 declares, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" Stand tall in this truth. There's an unspoken tension that hangs heavy in the air whenever you meet them face to face. They approach you with smiles that don't quite reach their eyes, their words carefully measured, masking their true intentions. On the surface, everything appears polite, even cordial, but deep down, your God-given intuition tells you something is off. You feel it, a quiet warning in your spirit. Be vigilant. Danger approaches. This isn't mere suspicion, it's discernment, a gift from the Almighty to protect you from unseen threats. And though their pretense may seem convincing to others, you see through it effortlessly. You remain calm, grounded, and unwavering because you know where your strength comes from. Psalm 91:7 provides you with this promise: 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. This assurance fills your heart with peace. No matter how many schemes they devise, how many alliances they form, or how cleverly they hide their motives, they cannot penetrate the shield of divine protection that surrounds you. Have you ever felt this peace in moments of tension? That unshakable confidence, knowing that God Himself stands as your defender. They believe themselves to be cunning, scheming behind closed doors, thinking their actions are concealed. They plot in whispers, crafting narratives and plans they think will harm you, all while smiling to your face. But what they fail to realize is this: nothing is hidden from God. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds you to trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your path straight. God not only makes your path clear, He exposes the hidden traps they set and ensures their plans crumble before they can even take root. Have you noticed how their actions betray them? They linger in your orbit, unable to pull away. They watch your every move, combing through your photos, reading your words, and analyzing your life as though they could find a way to unravel you. But in their attempts to harm, they unknowingly reveal their own hearts. Their obsession with you isn't born of hatred alone. It's fueled by envy. Why do you think they spend so much time watching you? Could it be that your light illuminates something in them they wish they had but don't? As their envy grows, so does their compulsion to imitate you. They see the way you carry yourself, with grace, confidence, and authenticity, and they want it for themselves. They try to mimic your style, your creativity, your words, even your demeanor. But here's the truth: what they covet is not yours to give. The radiance they admire comes from the one who created you, and it cannot be replicated. John 10:10 speaks of this reality. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it to the full. No matter how much they try to steal from you, they cannot take what God has placed within you. Do you ever notice how their attempts to imitate you always fall short? It's because the hand of God cannot be duplicated. Your uniqueness is not just a personality trait, it is the signature of heaven, a mark of divine purpose. Isaiah 60:1 reminds you of this truth. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Your light doesn't just brighten the room, it exposes their insecurities, forcing them to confront the emptiness within themselves. You're not merely someone to be admired, you're someone they study, hoping to unlock the secret of your originality. But Ephesians 2:10 speaks loudly here. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus, to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. You are a masterpiece, crafted by the hands of the Creator, and no counterfeit can come close to the authenticity of the original. So, you walk forward with confidence, undeterred by their schemes and unaffected by their attempts to copy you. Their fixation on you only serves as a reminder of the greatness within you. Have you considered this? That their actions are not a reflection of your flaws, but a testament to your favor. Every attempt they make to imitate you, every whisper they utter, every click they make on your life, they do so because they see what you might sometimes overlook, the undeniable hand of God on your life. Let this realization strengthen you. You are chosen, anointed, and set apart. The jealousy and schemes of others cannot change the plans God has for you. Their whispers and imitation are merely proof of the impact you have. Stand firm in your identity, knowing that your light will always outshine the darkness. Keep walking boldly in your purpose, for no counterfeit can ever overshadow the brilliance of the original masterpiece that you are. Now, let me just preach this to you. The original will always outshine the imitation. No matter how closely they watch, no matter how meticulously they try to replicate, they cannot capture the essence of what God has placed within you. You, child of God, are a diamond, rare, unbreakable, and uniquely crafted. Your beauty and strength did not come easily. You were shaped by trials, refined by adversity, and polished by the abundant grace of God. Each facet of your being, each scar, and each triumph is evidence of His craftsmanship. Isaiah 64:8 declares, "Yet you, Lord, are our Father. We are the clay, you are the potter. We are all the work of your hand." You are not a random creation. You are an intentional masterpiece, formed by the hands of the Creator with a purpose only you can fulfill. Have you noticed how the imitators always surface when you rise? As soon as you acquire something, a new outfit, a car, a promotion, or an opportunity, they suddenly appear, showcasing their own version of it. They parade their efforts on social media, desperate for validation, twisting reality until they accuse you of copying them. The absurdity of it might make you laugh, but deeper down, it's a clear indication of their fixation on you. Their actions reveal a simple truth. They are not leading. They are following, stumbling in your shadow, clinging to your coattails, hoping to scrape together fragments of your worthiness. They try to walk in your path, but what they fail to understand is that the road you travel was paved by God specifically for you. They cannot walk where He has called you because their imitation lacks the anointing, the trials, and the refinement that made you who you are. Have you ever observed how they try to infiltrate your spaces? They show up in your social circles, mimic your style, and attempt to align themselves with the opportunities you've been blessed with. They follow you into communities of faith, workplaces, or shared interests, hoping their imitation will be enough to blend in. But here's the truth: authenticity cannot be fabricated. Matthew 7:16 says, "By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? The fruit of their lives always reveals their intentions. While they may copy your outward appearance, they cannot replicate the purity of your heart or the depth of your connection to God. People can see the difference. They may not say it aloud, but they sense when someone is genuine and when someone is performing. And you, beloved, don't need to prove yourself. Your quiet confidence, your humility, and your unwavering faith speak louder than their boastful mimicry. Their constant efforts to replicate what you do, say, or achieve only highlight what they lack. The originality and divine spark that comes from walking in alignment with God's plan for your life. John 10:10 reminds us, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it to the full." The imitators seek to steal your creativity, your joy, and your success, but they cannot take what God has planted within you. Your light shines effortlessly, born out of your purpose and your trust in God, while theirs flickers, burdened by the strain of pretense. Have you noticed how their efforts always seem to fall short? No matter how hard they try, the truth reveals itself. Their phoniness, their insecurity, and their desperation to prove themselves cannot be hidden forever. Meanwhile, you walk with peace and purpose, not seeking validation from the world, but finding fulfillment in the one who called you. Ephesians 2:30 Class Sames. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. You are not here by accident. You are a deliberate creation, designed by God to fulfill a purpose that no imitator can steal. Your path was prepared long before you took your first breath, and no one can take your place. The original will always outshine the imitation. A diamond cannot be overshadowed by a mere counterfeit. You are God's masterpiece, fearfully and wonderfully made, shining with a brilliance that no copycat can diminish. So, keep moving forward, walking boldly in your purpose. Let their whispers, their imitations, and their accusations fall away like dust. Their actions are nothing more than proof of your impact and the undeniable evidence of God's hand on your life. And as you continue to shine, remember this: their imitation of you is not a sign of your flaws, but a testament to your favor. Let their efforts to replicate you be a reminder of your uniqueness, and let it inspire you to stand even taller in the light of God's love and purpose for your life. Now, let me just preach this to you. The original will always outshine the imitation, no matter how closely they watch, no matter how meticulously they try to replicate. They cannot capture the essence of what God has placed within you. You, child of God, are a diamond, rare, unbreakable, and uniquely crafted. Your beauty and strength did not come easily. You were shaped by trials, refined by adversity, and polished by the abundant grace of God. Each facet of your being, each scar, and each triumph is evidence of His craftsmanship. Isaiah 64:8 declares, "Yet you, Lord, are our Father. We are the clay, you are the potter. We are all the work of your hand." You are not a random creation. You are an intentional masterpiece, formed by the hands of the Creator, with a purpose only you can fulfill. Have you noticed how the imitators always surface when you rise? As soon as you acquire something, a new outfit, a car, a promotion, or an opportunity, they suddenly appear, showcasing their own version of it. They parade their efforts on social media, desperate for validation, twisting reality until they accuse you of copying them. The absurdity of it might make you laugh, but deeper down, it's a clear indication of their fixation on you. Their actions reveal a simple truth: they are not leading. They are following, stumbling in your shadow, clinging to your coattails, hoping to scrape together fragments of your worthiness. They try to walk in your path, but what they fail to understand is that the road you travel was paved by God specifically for you. They cannot walk where He's called you because their imitation lacks the anointing, the trials, and the refinement that made you who you are. Have you ever observed how they try to infiltrate your spaces? They show up in your social circles, mimic your style, and attempt to align themselves with the opportunities you've been blessed with. They follow you into communities of faith, workplaces, or shared interests, hoping their imitation will be enough to blend in. But here's the truth: authenticity cannot be fabricated. Matthew 7:16 says, "By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles?" The fruit of their lives always reveals their intentions. While they may copy your outward appearance, they cannot replicate the purity of your heart or the depth of your connection to God. People can see the difference. They may not say it aloud, but they sense when someone is genuine and when someone is performing. And you, beloved, don't need to prove yourself. Your quiet confidence, your humility, and your unwavering faith speak louder than their boastful mimicry. Their constant efforts to replicate what you do, say, or achieve only highlight what they lack: the originality and divine spark that comes from walking in alignment with God's plan for your life. John 10:10 reminds us, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it to the full." The imitators seek to steal your creativity, your joy, and your success, but they cannot take what God has planted within you. Your light shines effortlessly, born out of your purpose and your trust in God, while theirs flickers, burdened by the strain of pretense. Have you noticed how their efforts always seem to fall short? No matter how hard they try, the truth reveals itself. Their phoniness, their insecurity, and their desperation to prove themselves cannot be hidden forever. Meanwhile, you walk with peace and purpose, not seeking validation from the world, but finding fulfillment in the one who called you. Ephesians 2:10. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. You are not here by accident. You are a deliberate creation, designed by God to fulfill a purpose that no imitator can steal. Your path was prepared long before you took your first breath, and no one can take your place. The original will always outshine the imitation. A diamond cannot be overshadowed by a mere counterfeit. You are God's masterpiece, fearfully and wonderfully made, shining with a brilliance that no copycat can diminish. So, keep moving forward, walking boldly in your purpose. Let their whispers, their imitations, and their accusations fall away like dust. Their actions are nothing more than proof of your impact and the undeniable evidence of God's hand on your life. And as you continue to shine, remember this: their imitation of you is not a sign of your flaws, but a testament to your favor. Let their efforts to replicate you be a reminder of your uniqueness, and let it inspire you to stand even taller in the light of God's love and purpose for your life. In life, those who operate from deceit cannot hold on to blessings that were never meant for them. The Most High does not reward manipulation, and no matter how carefully these individuals craft their schemes, the truth always prevails. Blessings bestowed by God are not something that can be stolen or borrowed. They flow directly from the throne of grace, designed uniquely for the one they are intended for. And when your heart is pure, God's favor surrounds you like an unshakable shield, ensuring that no counterfeit tactic, no amount of plotting can ever stand against a purpose that is divinely ordained. Think about this for a moment. Favor cannot be faked. It is not a performance or a facade. It is not earned through selfish ambition or taken by force. Favor is given by God alone, resting upon those whose hearts are aligned with Him. Have you ever wondered why you continue to rise above, even when others try to pull you down? It's because the favor you walk in is rooted in your connection to the Creator. It's not based on what you own, where you come from, or who supports you. It's rooted in the humble, open, and faithful spirit that God has placed within you. Now consider how they operate. They might try to bury you in gossip, spreading lies to tarnish your name. Their whispers may seem damaging, but they are powerless against the purity of your spirit. Your essence, crafted by the hands of the Almighty, rises above the filth every time. They may attempt to usurp your blessings by applying for the same opportunities, forging your ideas, imitating your mannerisms, and even inserting themselves into your circles of influence. But the truth remains. Favor cannot be transferred. It cannot be replicated. It cannot be grasped through deceit. Proverbs 10:22 reminds us of the source of all blessings. The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it. This wealth is not just material. It is spiritual, emotional, and eternal. It's the peace, joy, and purpose that comes from walking in God's will. And these blessings are poured out freely upon those whose hearts remain humble and open to His guidance. Think back to the story of David, a shepherd boy anointed by God to be king. His brothers may have looked the part, stronger, taller, more outwardly qualified, but God saw what others could not. He looked at David's heart. Even when Saul, consumed by jealousy, tried to take his life, David's favor remained intact. No amount of envy or scheming could strip away what God had placed upon him. Like David, your blessings are uniquely yours, and no one can steal what God has set aside for you. Have you noticed how they try to replicate you? They mimic your style, your speech, your achievements, and even your demeanor. They hope that by copying your outward actions, they can somehow access the favor you carry. But what they fail to understand is that favor is not about appearances. It's about the condition of your heart. Ephesians 2:10 proclaims, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." Your purpose and favor were written long before you were born. They cannot be duplicated because they are uniquely designed for you. Have you ever felt the sting of their actions? When they twist your words, claim your ideas, or attempt to discredit your work. It's easy to feel discouraged, but remember this: their actions are not a reflection of your inadequacies, but of their insecurities. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord." Their weapons may form, but they will never prosper because God's hand of protection is over you. Your favor flows from the throne of grace, given not because of your perfection, but because of your willingness to trust Him. It's your humility that made room for His blessings. It's your faith that guards what He has given you. And it's your obedience to His purpose that allows you to walk in His light, no matter how dark the world around you may seem. So stand tall in this truth. You are chosen, you are protected, and you walk in God's light. Let this knowledge fill your heart with peace and your spirit with strength. No matter how hard they try, no matter what schemes they devise, they cannot touch what God has placed upon your life. Their actions only serve as proof of the divine favor you carry, a favor they cannot replicate or erase. Say it aloud and let it resonate in your spirit. I am chosen, I am protected, and I stand in God's light. Let these words be your anthem as you continue to walk boldly in your purpose, knowing that no one can take what God has reserved for you. You are His masterpiece, and no counterfeit can ever diminish the brilliance of the original. My dear chosen ones, let us step back and see this situation through the lens of heaven and hell. What may appear as human jealousy, gossip, or imitation is part of a far greater spiritual battle. Satan, the adversary, thrives in the shadows, smiling when people succumb to envy, malice, and strife. He delights in confusion, discord, and every whisper that pits brother against brother, sister against sister. In this battle, the copycats, the ones who mimic your gifts, sabotage your name, and seek to replicate your blessings, are unwitting pawns in his hands. They may believe they are working for their own gain, but in truth, they are falling deeper into the enemy's trap. Have you ever considered why envy and strife are so potent in the adversary's hands? Why does Satan invest so much effort in turning people's hearts against one another? Proverbs 14:30 speaks directly to this truth. A heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones. Envy is like a poison that seeps into their spirit, leading them to believe they can claim what God has given to someone else. But they cannot see the reality. They are chasing blessings that will never fit them because those blessings were not designed for them. They may try to sabotage your name to elevate their own, but in doing so, they bind themselves tighter to the darkness, like a noose tightening with every step they take. Do you recognize this pattern in their actions? The endless digging, the scheming, and the backbiting? Have you noticed how it only seems to exhaust them? These individuals are trapped in a toxic cycle of their own making. They dig pits of deceit and malice, not realizing that they themselves are the ones who will fall into them. Psalm 7:15-16 warns, "Whoever digs a hole and scoops it out falls into the pit they have made. The trouble they cause recoils on them. Their violence comes down on their own heads." Every scheme they devise, every lie they tell, every effort to replicate what God has given you is another step further into the illusions they weave. They may convince themselves they are winning, but their victories are hollow, fleeting, and ultimately destructive. Have you noticed how frantic their pursuit seems? They mimic your words, your style, your actions, even your relationships, thinking that by imitating you, they can somehow obtain what you have. But here's the truth. God does not bless dishonesty, hatred, or manipulation. They are chasing shadows, blind to the reality that true favor cannot be fabricated or stolen. Proverbs 10:22 reminds us, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." God's blessings flow freely to those who walk in humility, faith, and alignment with His will. These blessings are not merely material. They include peace, joy, and purpose. And here is the catch. No matter how much the copycats scheme or strive, they cannot replicate the heart that brought those blessings into being. They fail to see that your favor comes not from what you do, but from your relationship with the one who gave it. Consider the story of Joseph, sold into slavery by his own brothers because of their envy. They believed they could strip him of his favor by removing him from their father's love. Yet God's hand remained upon Joseph. Every trial he faced, every betrayal, every false accusation became a stepping stone for the greater purpose God had planned. Genesis 50:20 captures this truth. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." In the same way, no scheme against you can undo the plans God has for your life. Have you ever wondered why God allows you to witness their attempts to undermine you? Could it be that He is showing you the power of His favor and the futility of their efforts? The copycats believe they are advancing themselves by chasing your gifts, but they are blind to a vital truth. Your blessings flow from a well they cannot access. James 1:17 reminds us, "Every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights, who does not change like shifting shadows." What you have is uniquely yours, given by God for a purpose only you can fulfill. And while they are chasing after what you have, they are missing the opportunity to walk in their own calling. This is the adversary's greatest triumph, not just in the harm they attempt to do to you, but in the chains they place upon themselves. Every act of malice, every moment of envy pulls them further from their own purpose and deeper into spiritual darkness. They are trapped by the illusions they chase, unable to see the light of the path God intended for them. Do you see now why their actions should never disturb your peace? They are not a reflection of your flaws, but of their spiritual blindness. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord." Every attempt to discredit you, every effort to imitate or undermine you, will ultimately fail. You walk under the protection of God's favor, shielded by His grace and guided by His purpose. How can you continue to walk in confidence, knowing that God's favor is immovable and His blessings are divinely protected? So, my dear chosen ones, stand firm. Pray for those who plot against you, not because they deserve it, but because your heart is strong enough to extend grace. Let your light shine as a testimony of God's faithfulness. As Matthew 5:16 says, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Walk forward in confidence, knowing that your blessings are divinely secured. They cannot be taken by force, borrowed through imitation, or stolen through deceit. You are chosen, protected, and walking in the light of a purpose only you can fulfill. Let this truth guide you, and let your life continue to glorify the one who holds your destiny. There is a spiritual law at work here. Like seeds produce like fruit. What you plant in your heart and actions determines the harvest you will reap in your life. When you plant envy, you will harvest misery. When you sow deceit, you will reap destruction. These are not just moral principles. They are spiritual truths woven into the fabric of creation by God Himself. For you, a chosen child of God, the blessings meant for you remain secured in the heavenly storehouse, untouched by human schemes or spiritual opposition. No demon, no jealous bystander, no cunning copycat can ever steal what God has reserved for you, so long as your heart remains steadfast and pure before the Lord. Have you ever stopped to marvel at the patience of God, who guards your blessings until the perfect moment for them to be released into your life? Could it be that His timing is part of the lesson, teaching you to trust Him completely? Picture this. You're scrolling through your social media feed, and there they are again. The same person who mocked your style last week is now flaunting an outfit nearly identical to yours, or adopting a catchphrase you once thought was unique to you. They're not just mimicking, they're acting as if they originated the trend, twisting the narrative to make you look like the imitator. You shake your head, laugh softly at the absurdity, and wonder how anyone can be so delusional. But instead of anger, your spirit remains calm. Why? Because you know the truth, and the truth is a torch that never fails to scatter the darkness of lies. John 8:32 reminds us, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Their imitation and accusations have no power over you because your identity and destiny are rooted in a truth that cannot be altered by human schemes. When the gossip reaches your ears, statements like, "Oh, she's arrogant, he's so full of himself, she's nothing but trouble," remind yourself of the enemy's tactics. Satan is the accuser, and his job is to plant doubt, stir division, and weaken your resolve. But you, chosen one, answer to a higher authority. You are accountable to the one who stands above all principalities and powers. Keep your peace, your composure, and your standards, for you know where your validation comes from. Have you ever noticed how accusations often intensify just before a breakthrough? Could it be that the enemy sees what's coming and is desperate to derail you? Say it aloud, boldly, and with conviction. My destiny is guarded by divine power, and no copycat can steal my crown. These words are not just a declaration, they are a spiritual shield against the fiery darts of the enemy. Let's dive deeper into the spiritual warfare perspective. Satan is not some mythical boogeyman. He is a very real adversary. 1 Peter 5:8 warns us, "Be alert and of sober mind." Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. He manipulates envy, stirring discontent in the hearts of those who have not found peace in their own identities. The copycats fixated on you are prime targets for his schemes. He sees their vulnerability and uses it to his advantage, hoping to trip you up, plant seeds of doubt in your mind, and sow distrust in your relationships. Why does Satan work so hard to isolate you? Because isolation weakens the spirit. He believes that if he can make you feel alone, misunderstood and unsupported, he can pull you away from your God-given purpose. But here's where the enemy's plan fails. You, chosen one, are never truly alone. Romans 8:31 proclaims, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" You carry the Holy Spirit within you, guiding your every step and illuminating your path. Legions of angels are assigned to guard you, surrounding you with protection, even in the unseen realms. The hand of God shields you, ensuring that no weapon formed against you will prosper. Have you noticed how your spiritual discernment often exposes the wolf in sheep's clothing before they even act? Doesn't it seem like God gives you the insight to see through their facade, even when others are fooled? This is what confounds and frustrates the adversary. He wants you to stumble, to falter, to give up, but instead you see through his tactics and stand stronger than ever. Every attempt to derail you becomes another testament to your unwavering faith and God's unshakable protection. Satan may prowl and roar, but his power is limited. The truth you stand in is eternal, and the light within you is too bright for the darkness to overcome. So walk boldly, chosen one. Hold your head high, knowing that your destiny is secured, your blessings are guarded, and no imitation or accusation can take away the crown God has placed upon your head. Let me share a small anecdote to illustrate this truth more vividly. There once was a skilled artisan, renowned for carving breathtaking sculptures out of wood. Each piece was unique, every detail meticulously crafted with a level of precision and care that set his work apart. One day, an envious neighbor decided to imitate the artisan's craft. The neighbor purchased the same tools, traced the artisan's patterns, and showcased his replicas in the marketplace, hoping to steal the artisan's success. But guess what? No one was fooled. The elegance, the intricate craftsmanship, the soul imbued in the originals, these were missing from the counterfeit pieces. While they might have looked similar at first glance, upon closer inspection, the flaws were obvious. The people flocked to the real artist, praising his authenticity, his unmatched skill, and his heart for his craft. Over time, the imitator and his work faded into obscurity, forgotten entirely. In the same way, beloved, your life is a testimony of divine craftsmanship. The fingerprint of God is etched on your heart, your mind, and your soul, making you unmistakably unique. Just as no one could replicate the artisan's touch, no one can replicate the Holy Spirit's work inside you. Yes, the imitators may try to replicate your outer expressions, your fashion sense, your creative ideas, your speech patterns, but they cannot duplicate the essence, the anointing, or the spirit that sets you apart. Have you noticed how authenticity always shines brighter than imitation? Why do you think people are drawn to those who carry themselves with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing their worth in God? Their efforts may look convincing for a time, but eventually the truth becomes too obvious for anyone to ignore. The peace, love, joy, and favor flowing from your life will always distinguish you from the noise of imitation. People will see the difference, not because you boast or compete, but because your authenticity speaks for itself. When they push, you remain steady. When they accuse, you stand in truth. When they attempt to slander you, you rest in the knowledge that God is your ultimate defender. Isaiah 41:10 offers this assurance. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Your actions, grounded in faith and guided by the Holy Spirit, will always speak louder than their words. The fruit of your life, your peace, your love, your success, and your favor will silence the loudest doubters more effectively than any argument. As Matthew 7:20 reminds us, thus by their fruit you will recognize them. Let your fruit, born of divine craftsmanship, testify on your behalf. God's protection doesn't always look like a mighty angel descending to smite your enemies in a dramatic display. More often, it's subtle, a gentle nudge in your spirit saying, "Don't go there today," or an unshakable feeling that warns, "Watch what you share around this person." Sometimes it's the unexpected closure of a door you wanted to walk through, only to realize later it was a trap laid by the enemy. Have you experienced moments like these, when a gut feeling, a delayed plan, or even a disappointment turned out to be God's protection in disguise? The more you lean into this divine guidance, the more unstoppable you become. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." Every warning, every closed door, every moment of discernment is a sign of God's active hand in your life. So stand tall, chosen one. Let the imitators exhaust themselves in their futile attempts, for they will never succeed in duplicating what God has placed within you. Walk confidently, trusting in His protection and provision. Your life is a masterpiece, and no counterfeit can overshadow the brilliance of the original. While the copycats are busy scrambling to replicate your last move, God has already propelled you into your next dimension of breakthrough. They're stuck replaying your yesterday, fixated on the paths you've already traveled, while you're living in tomorrow's blessings. Their attempts to catch up are futile. They're chasing shadows they can never truly grasp. This is the beauty of walking in divine favor. Your journey is always ahead of the enemy's schemes. Eventually, they'll wear themselves out, drained by the endless pursuit of something they were never meant to possess. Have you ever stopped to reflect on why God's timing always keeps you ahead? Could it be that His hand ensures you are constantly moving forward, untouched by the chaos behind you? Declare this truth boldly, period. No scheme of darkness can overthrow me. These words are more than an affirmation. They are a proclamation of victory, grounded in the promises of God. Some of you may wonder, should I confront these people? Should I address their behavior directly? The answer requires discernment. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. Sometimes God may lead you to have a direct conversation, speaking truth in love and offering them an opportunity to repent and realign themselves. In those moments, your words, guided by the Holy Spirit, can act as a mirror, reflecting the state of their heart and inviting them to change. But have you considered that God might sometimes ask you to remain silent, not as a sign of weakness, but as a display of trust in His ability to fight for you? There will also be times when the Holy Spirit nudges you to remain silent, to step back, pray for them, and let God handle the battle. Exodus 14:14 offers this assurance. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Silence does not mean weakness. It means trusting God's timing and His wisdom. In both cases, the key is to seek divine guidance before taking action. And so, we come full circle. You, the chosen one, a radiant being of authenticity, forged and molded by the hands of the Most High. Your journey is marked by divine fingerprints, your life a masterpiece, crafted with intention and love. And then there are the imitators, whose envy and malice reveal the darkness of their intentions. But here's the truth. Their actions are not a reflection of your flaws. They are a testament to your impact. Satan, the adversary, grins at their malice, feeding on their attempts to undermine you. But his schemes cannot prevail against someone standing under the protective gaze of the divine. Romans 8:37 reminds us, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Rise beyond the illusions of the copycat. Their imitation may cast a shadow, but shadows have no substance. They only exist where there is light. Your light, rooted in your connection to God, is what they cannot replicate. Rise beyond the smokescreen of gossip, for their words cannot define you when God has already spoken over your life. Rise beyond the traps of bitterness and resentment, refusing to let their actions pull you into a place of spiritual unrest. As Isaiah 60:1 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Stand tall, chosen one, for your destiny is secure, your blessings are protected, and your path is illuminated by the one who called you. Let their efforts fade into the background as you step boldly into the future God has prepared for you. The copycats may chase, but you will continue to soar. You were born with a divine stamp of authenticity, a mark of heaven that sets you apart from anyone else. Why should you ever settle for anything less than living out the full splendor of that truth? Let them stare. Let them scheme. Let them try to replicate every facet of your being. In the end, all their efforts will do is highlight the brilliance of your original design and the impenetrable shield of the Almighty that surrounds you. Romans 8:31 must of this eternal true. If God is for us, who can be against us? When God commands a blessing over your life, no force on earth or in hell can revoke it. When the Holy Spirit moves through your words, your creativity, and your relationships, no imitation can capture the supernatural essence that flows from the divine. Nobody can take what God has given you. Nobody can replicate the unique purpose He has placed on your life. Absolutely nobody. So, stand tall, chosen one. Walk in the confidence of knowing that your authenticity, your favor, and your light are protected by the one who created you. Let the imitators and their schemes fade into the background, for they have no power over the destiny God has already secured for you. Go in peace, beloved. Keep shining. Keep walking boldly in your purpose. The King of Kings is on your side, and the copycats can only watch as you ascend to heights they never even dreamed were possible. May the Lord bless you, protect you, and continue to pour His favor over every area of your life. Amen. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table, chosen ones. A diamond never begs to be admired. It simply shines whether it is cherished or ignored. And you are that diamond. You are God's chosen, a light that radiates with purpose, a force that cannot be ignored. Yet, there were those who treated you as if you were disposable, tossing you aside like a fool who discards gold into the fire, believing they could retrieve it later from the ashes. But here's the truth. They thought they had time. They assumed you'd always be there, and now regret is eating them alive. They underestimated the power of your presence, the depth of your impact. What they once dismissed as ordinary, they now realize was their greatest blessing. But don't mistake their regret for true repentance. Their sorrow isn't about the pain they caused. It's about the privileges they lost when you walked away. Because let's be honest, your presence was their lifeline, your love, their sanctuary, your energy, their fuel. And now they are left with nothing but the cold reality of your absence. Drop a 77 in the comments if this truth is resonating with your spirit. And to those who continue to support this message, especially through super thanks, your generosity does not go unnoticed. You are part of something greater, a movement of chosen ones awakening to their divine calling, and I am beyond grateful for you. But here's the real question: should you let them back in? Are they truly remorseful, or are they just longing for the comfort they once had in your presence? What do they really want? You, or what you gave them? Before we break this down, step by step, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss what's coming next. Because what you're about to hear will shift the way you see everything. Let's get into it. God's chosen ones, they regret losing access to you. Don't let them come back. A fool never recognizes the value of gold until it slips through their fingers, leaving only regret to echo in the emptiness they created. You, God's chosen one, were never just another presence in their life. You were the foundation they stood on, the light that illuminated their darkness, the unwavering force that shielded them from storms they were too weak to face alone. But not everyone knows how to cherish a blessing while they have it. They took your presence for granted, assuming your loyalty was an unbreakable contract, your kindness a never-ending resource. They believed you would always answer, always heal, always sacrifice, without ever questioning whether they deserved it. But what happens when a person who always had the sun suddenly finds themselves in the cold? What do they do when they realize they weren't just losing warmth, but losing the very source of their light? They're not just missing companionship, they're realizing the irreplaceable essence of what you carried. You weren't just a friend, a partner, or a helper. You were a divine light in their life. And now, in your absence, they scramble to find a replacement, only to discover that the kind of energy you brought is not something that can be replicated. Because how can one duplicate the divine? Proverbs 27:7 reveals a profound truth. A person who is full refuses honey, but even bitter food tastes sweet to the hungry. When someone is accustomed to abundance, they forget its value. Only in loss do they grasp the magnitude of what they once possessed. And now they sit in the cold shadow of their own choices, longing for the warmth they dismissed as ordinary. But here's something you must remember. Their regret is not a compliment. Regret is often nothing more than a selfish longing to reclaim lost benefits, not a true transformation of character. Have they truly changed, or are they simply mourning their loss of access to you? If they suddenly see your worth now, why couldn't they recognize it before? What makes you think their change of heart is real, rather than just desperation disguised as remorse? The prodigal son in Luke 15:11-32 came back home, not because he suddenly became wise, but because he was desperate. He squandered everything and only returned when he realized how much better he had it before. And just like that, those who lost access to you now return, not because they love you, but because they miss what you provided. Do they truly miss you, or do they miss the benefits of being close to you? Even in the real world, how often do we see celebrities or influential figures rise to greatness, only to have people from their past suddenly reappear? Oprah Winfrey, one of the most successful media moguls in the world, once spoke about how people who ignored her in her struggles later tried to reconnect once she became successful. They weren't interested in her. They were interested in access to her success. The same is true for you. If they didn't support you when you were growing, why should they have a seat at the table now that you're thriving? Think of Esau in Genesis 25:29-34, who traded his birthright for a bowl of stew. In that moment, he dismissed something precious because he didn't grasp its worth. Only later, when the consequences became clear, did he weep and beg for what he had foolishly thrown away. But it was too late. And so it is with those who lost access to you. If they didn't cherish the gold when they held it, what makes you think they will treat it any differently now? People do not suddenly transform into who you deserve. Instead, they grow bitter when they realize they lost something they never deserved in the first place. Have you ever noticed that some people only recognize your value once you stop giving? Why does it take your absence for them to appreciate what they had? And now the question lingers, should you let them back in? Absolutely not. You were the sun that shone upon them, yet they ignored your warmth. Let them sit in the cold of their own making. Let their regret weigh heavy on them while you walk forward, untouched by their desperation. You were not chosen to be an endless well for the ungrateful. You were chosen to rise to be a light so powerful it exposes those who cannot handle it. This is the justice of God. He will make your light shine even brighter while those who took you for granted watch, powerless to follow. As Isaiah 61 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." So keep moving forward, chosen ones. Let your glow be seen from a distance, not to welcome them back, but to remind them of the greatness they can never have again. Let them regret, let them watch, let them wish, but never, ever let them return. And that, right there, is the most divine justice of all. A leech does not mourn the loss of its host, it mourns the loss of its next meal. And now, as you walk away, those who once fed off your energy are left in the cold, grasping at the warmth they once took for granted. They didn't just lose a person, they lost their secret weapon, their hidden strength, the unseen force that carried them through battles they never had the courage to fight alone. But here's the part they won't admit. They never truly saw you. They never acknowledged the depth of your presence, the way you poured into them without hesitation. They thought your energy was limitless, your patience unbreakable, your loyalty a given. And now they shiver in the emptiness they created, desperate to find another source of warmth. Do you remember the story of Samson and Delilah in Judges 16? Samson was a man chosen by God, gifted with immense strength, yet he allowed Delilah, a woman who never truly valued him, to drain him completely. She didn't love him. She loved what he could do for her. And the moment he no longer served her purpose, she betrayed him. That is the reality of those who used you. They were never building with you. They were consuming you. And once you were depleted, they would have left you broken, just as Delilah left Samson vulnerable to his enemies. So now they mourn. But are they mourning you, or are they mourning the loss of what you gave them? Are they grieving over the person, or the benefits that came with your presence? If someone only realizes your value after losing you, did they ever truly appreciate you in the first place? They drank from your well, not realizing that wells can run dry. They basked in the fire of your energy, never thinking they should tend to the flame. And when the fire finally dimmed, they didn't know how to survive the cold. But here's the truth. They never built anything for themselves. They were leaning on you the entire time, never stopping to consider the cost. And now, as they crumble under the weight of their own emptiness, they look for you. Not because they love you, but because they need you to sustain them again. But is that love? When someone returns only because they're suffering, does that mean they've changed? Or does it mean they just miss the comfort of what you provided? In the real world, we see this happen over and over. Think about Michael Jordan, one of the greatest basketball players of all time. When he was rising, people doubted him. But when he became a legend, suddenly everyone wanted to be part of his story. Those who ignored him before his greatness later tried to attach themselves to his success. They didn't value him. They valued the benefits of knowing him. And the same applies to you. If they didn't cherish you when they had access, why should they be allowed back now that they've lost it? Think of your energy like a fire. Fires are powerful, but they are not infinite. If someone stands too close for too long without adding wood, the flames will begin to fade. You were their fire, but they never thought to feed the flame. They never protected the warmth that sustained them. They just stood there, soaking up the heat, assuming it would never go out. And now they're cold, desperate to return, asking you to reignite what they allowed to die. But should you? If they didn't tend to the fire before, what makes you think they won't let it burn out again? God's chosen ones are not meant to be used up and discarded. You were not chosen to be someone's endless power source, an unending well of strength for those who refuse to sustain themselves. You were chosen to shine, to illuminate the path for those who truly honor and respect your presence. That means you must protect your energy from those who only seek to take without giving. Let them feel the cold. Let them stumble in the darkness of their own choices. Their regret is their burden to bear, not yours to resolve. You are not their savior. You are your own. And the destiny ahead of you is far too great to be weighed down by people who never valued your presence when they had the chance. So, if they come back, remember this: their need for you is not love. Their desperation is not respect. They are not looking to lift you up. They are hoping you will carry them again while they drag you down. But that chapter of your life is over. You are walking in God's purpose now, and not everyone is meant to come with you. Isaiah 43:18-19 reminds us, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? You have greater things ahead, things they were never meant to be part of. Keep your fire burning for those who deserve it, and leave the leeches to fend for themselves in the cold. Let their regret be their lesson, while you rise higher than they ever imagined. A thief does not regret the act of stealing, only the loss of the treasure they can no longer hold. And now, as you walk away, those who once took you for granted are left grasping at what has slipped through their fingers, desperate to convince themselves that their regret is love. But don't be deceived. Their sorrow is not about who you are. It is about what they lost. Their regret is not a reflection of your worth. It is a mirror of their own emptiness. Do you see it now? They don't truly miss you. They miss the comfort you provided, the stability you ensured, the unwavering presence that made their life easier. You were their anchor in a storm, their lighthouse in the fog, the quiet strength they leaned on when their world was spiraling out of control. But instead of treasuring you, they treated you like an unlimited resource, something to consume rather than cherish. And now that you're no longer within reach, their world feels unstable, lonely, unbearably hard. But that's not love. That's mourning the loss of convenience. If they truly valued you as a person, why didn't they protect your heart when they had the chance? Why did they disregard your needs, dismiss your feelings, and assume you would always be there, no matter how much they took? The reality is, their regret does not stem from realization. It stems from consequence. They are not awakening to your worth. They are awakening to the harsh reality that they are now left with nothing. The Bible warns us about this kind of behavior in Proverbs 5:11-12. At the end of your life you will groan when your flesh and body are spent. You will say, "How I hated discipline, how my heart spurned correction." Those who refuse to acknowledge wisdom in the present will only realize what they lost when it is too late. And now, as regret wraps around them like a chain, they are scrambling to rewrite the story, framing their sorrow as love, calling their oversight a mistake, hoping you will believe that they have changed. But have they? Or are they simply uncomfortable with the consequences of their own neglect? Consider the story of Judas. He walked with Jesus, witnessed miracles, and was trusted with a place at the table. Yet he betrayed Christ for 30 pieces of silver, only to be consumed by guilt when he realized what he had done. But Did Judas's regret change anything? Number. Because regret without transformation is empty. Regret without repentance is nothing more than self-pity. And that is what you are witnessing now. If someone truly values you, they will not wait until you are gone to recognize your worth. If someone truly loves you, they will not wait until their world is falling apart to try to bring you back. Real love is proactive, not reactive. True appreciation is demonstrated in action, not in apologies that only come when it's too late. So ask yourself, if they didn't see your value when you were giving them everything, why would they see it now? We see this same pattern in real life. Think of Steve Jobs, the visionary behind Apple. Early in his career, he was pushed out of his own company by those who didn't recognize his value. But what happened years later? They came to regret their decision, realizing too late that they had let go of someone irreplaceable. By the time they wanted him back, he had already built something greater on his own. The same applies to you. Those who dismissed you when they had access will only recognize your significance when they no longer have it. But by then, you will have moved on to something far greater. So now they sit in their regret. But should that be your burden to carry? Should you be the one to heal them, to soothe their sorrow, to ease the weight of their choices? Absolutely not. Their regret is not your problem. It is their lesson. And some lessons must be learned the hard way. If they come back with sweet words, with apologies dipped in honey, whispering about how they finally see the light, don't be fooled. Words are easy, but actions reveal the truth. If they didn't respect you when they had access, why would they respect you now? God's chosen ones are not called to be weighed down by those who only value them in hindsight. You are not meant to be a second chance for those who squandered the first. When God closes a door, it is not meant to be reopened. Luke 9:62 reminds us, "No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God." So let them sit with the weight of their choices. Let them learn on their own what it means to lose something they never should have taken for granted. Lock the door behind you. Let them feel the emptiness of a life without you, and walk forward without looking back. They had their chance and they blew it. Your journey forward doesn't include them, and that, chosen ones, is the ultimate justice. Everyone desires the treasure, but few are willing to put in the work to earn it. And now, as regret settles in the hearts of those who lost you, they try to convince themselves and you that they've changed. But have they? Or do they simply want back what they once had, without putting in the effort to deserve it? Listen closely, chosen ones. Their regret isn't about transformation. It's about nostalgia for the benefits you provided. It's about missing the way your presence elevated them, the way your wisdom guided them, the way your loyalty gave them a safety net they never had to earn. But here's the truth. They don't want to rise to your level. They don't want to put in the effort. They only want the perks that come with knowing you, without paying the price of growth, commitment, or reciprocity. The Bible warns us about people like this in Proverbs 26:11. As a dog returns to its vomit, so fools repeat their folly. They are not returning because they have changed. They are returning because they want access to your energy again. They are hoping you won't notice that their behavior remains the same, that their mindset is still small, that their effort is still non-existent, and they count on your kindness, your compassion, your forgiving heart to let them back in. But regret without action is just manipulation in disguise. Think about the people who try to reconnect after realizing what they lost. They show up with empty words, vague apologies, and promises they cannot keep. But if they truly valued you, wouldn't they have done the work already? Wouldn't they have elevated themselves to match the level of love, effort, and consistency you gave so freely? And yet, they still expect to waltz back into your life without acknowledging the damage they caused. Real change requires work. Transformation demands sacrifice. Yet these people are still operating in the same half-hearted ways, still believing that proximity to you is enough. But chosen ones, proximity means nothing without growth. Look at the story of the 10 virgins in Matthew 25, 1 through 13. 5 of them were wise, preparing extra oil for their lamps, while the other 5 were foolish, assuming they could take from others when their own supply ran out. But when the time came, the wise ones refused to share their oil, and the foolish ones were left outside in the dark. This is the exact scenario playing out in your life. Those who fail to do the work are now trying to borrow your light. But should you allow them? Even in the real world, this pattern repeats itself. Think of Beyoncé, one of the most disciplined and hard-working artists in the industry. People admire her success, her talent, her influence, but how many are willing to match her level of dedication? How many are willing to put in the endless hours, the sacrifices, the discipline that made her who she is? Very few. And just like that, many admire you, many want access to you, but few are willing to do what it takes to stand beside you. So here's the question: should you lower your standards just because someone regrets losing you? Should you make yourself smaller so they can feel comfortable in your presence again? Or should they rise to the level you now walk in? You have grown, you have evolved, you have set new standards, not because you are unforgiving, but because you now understand your worth. And letting them back in would mean lowering those standards, compromising the very self-respect you fought so hard to build. And for what? So they can do the bare minimum while benefiting from everything you bring to the table. This is where you draw the line. If they truly value you, they won't need to be convinced to change. They won't need to be persuaded to meet your standards. They will do it willingly, without excuses, without hesitation, without manipulation. But if they refuse to do the work, if they expect the same access without transformation, that door stays closed. You were not chosen to carry people who refuse to walk on their own. You were not chosen to accept mediocrity disguised as love or friendship. Your energy is too precious, too powerful, too rare to be wasted on those who only want to take without giving. Let their regret be their burden, not your invitation to settle. Let them sit with their choices while you continue moving forward, rising higher, shining brighter. The people who are meant for you will not be intimidated by your standards. They will rise to meet them. And those who won't, let them watch from a distance, regretting what they will never have again. A lifeline is meant to save, not to carry those who refuse to swim. You, God's chosen one, have been blessed with a rare energy, an energy that uplifts, inspires, and motivates. Your presence alone has the power to ignite something in others, to awaken their potential in ways they never thought possible. You see possibilities where others see roadblocks. You believe in people even when they don't believe in themselves. But not everyone you help is meant to rise with you. This is where many chosen ones struggle. Because you love deeply, you want to take people with you, to pull them out of their limitations and show them what they could become. But have you ever considered that some people are not looking to climb? That their goal is not to grow alongside you, but to latch onto your progress without putting in the work. Think about the story of Lot in Genesis 13. When God called Abraham to a higher place, Lot tagged along. He was never part of God's original plan, yet he followed, benefiting from Abraham's blessings. But what happened in the end? Lot's attachment to worldly comforts and his unwillingness to walk in divine purpose created a burden. And Abraham had to make a choice to keep carrying Lot and delay his own destiny, or to let go and step fully into what God had prepared. Abraham chose his path, and you must do the same. Some people in your life are not teammates. They are passengers. They see the heights you're reaching and want to be part of the journey, but they are unwilling to contribute to the climb. They don't want to take risks, work hard, or sacrifice. Instead, They weigh you down, slowing your momentum, draining your energy, and expecting you to carry them while they offer nothing in return. But can an eagle soar if it's chained to the ground? How far can you go when you are constantly dragging dead weight? In the real world, we see this dynamic play out time and time again. Take Tyler Perry, the filmmaker and media mogul. He openly shares how, in the early stages of his success, people he once helped began expecting him to carry them, to provide opportunities without effort on their part. He had to learn the painful lesson that not everyone is meant to come with you when God is elevating you. Some people are only in your life for a season, and keeping them longer than intended can delay your own purpose. That's why you must be discerning about who you allow into your space. Proverbs 13:20 warns us, "Walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffers harm." The company you keep will either accelerate your growth or sabotage it. When you lower your standards to accommodate those who refuse to rise, you betray the very purpose you've been called to fulfill. So ask yourself, are the people around you contributing to your journey, or are they simply consuming your energy? Are they lifting as they climb, or are they expecting you to do all the heavy lifting while they enjoy the benefits? There comes a point where you must stop feeling guilty for leaving people behind. You are not abandoning them, you are simply choosing yourself. And sometimes the greatest love you can show someone is allowing them to figure out their own path without depending on yours. If they are meant to meet you at the top, they will do the work to get there on their own. Even Jesus understood this principle. When he sent out his disciples, he told them in Matthew 10:14, "If anyone will not welcome you or listen to your words, leave that home or town and shake the dust off your feet." He didn't say to beg them to understand or to wait until they were ready. He said to move forward. Not everyone is prepared to walk the path you are walking. Not everyone deserves access to your energy, your wisdom, and your blessings. And that is not selfish, it is wisdom. You have worked too hard, sacrificed too much, and grown too far to let people who refuse to stand on their own drag you backward. Stop giving free rides to those who refuse to put gas in the tank. Stop holding yourself back for people who are comfortable crawling while you were made to soar. You are not responsible for carrying those who refuse to stand on their own. This is your journey. It is not meant for everyone. So keep climbing, keep shining, and let those who aren't ready to rise stay where they are. Because when you choose yourself, when you embrace the path God has for you without unnecessary burdens, your life will elevate higher than you ever imagined. You don't replace the ocean by finding a puddle, and yet that's exactly what they thought they could do. They convinced themselves that walking away from you was no great loss, that your energy, your love, and the essence of who you are could be found elsewhere. But now, as they search the world for something, someone, to fill the void you left, they are learning a painful truth. You are irreplaceable. It wasn't just about the way you loved, cared, or supported them. It was deeper than that. It was the way you carried yourself, the depth of your understanding, the strength of your spirit. You weren't just someone in their life. You were the blueprint, the foundation, the light that brightened even their darkest moments. They assumed that what you offered was common. They thought they could mistreat you, take you for granted, and if you walked away, someone else would simply step in to take your place. But you weren't playing a role. You weren't filling a position. You were being you. And now that you're gone, they're realizing that people like you don't just appear out of nowhere. The Bible speaks of wisdom and understanding as treasures more valuable than gold. Proverbs 3:15 says, "She is more precious than rubies. Nothing you desire can compare with her." And that is exactly what they failed to see. You were the rarest of treasures, and they treated you like you were replaceable. Now, as they wander through shallow connections and empty relationships, all they are left with is disappointment. Every new person they meet lacks the depth you had. Every conversation feels hollow compared to the wisdom you offered. Every interaction is a reminder of what they lost. But is their regret proof that they've grown? Is it evidence that they've learned to value you? Or is it simply the sting of realizing that they let go of something they will never find again? Regret is not always about love. It is often about loss. It is not rooted in self-awareness or transformation. It is rooted in selfishness. They are not mourning because they want you to be happy. They are mourning because they cannot replace what they took for granted. How often do we see this in the world? Think about legendary figures like Robin Williams, a brilliant actor and comedian who brought light into countless lives. While he was alive, many underestimated the depth of his struggles, assuming he would always be there. But when he was gone, the world suddenly realized the irreplaceable brilliance he carried. Those who knew him personally could never find another like him. And now, those who lost you find themselves in the same position. So when they come back, and they will, should you let their regret sway you? Should you open the door simply because they now understand what they lost? Or should you recognize that their inability to find someone like you isn't a reflection of their growth, but of their loss? If they didn't appreciate you when they had access, why would that suddenly change just because they now understand no one else measures up? True appreciation is shown before something is lost, not after. And you, chosen one, are not a fallback option. You are not a second chance for someone who failed to see your worth the first time. Let them keep searching. Let them chase after shadows of you while you continue to rise. The people who are meant for you will see your worth without needing to lose you to understand it. Isaiah 43:18-19 says, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up, do you not perceive it?" Your future is not tied to those who failed to value you. Your destiny is not connected to those who underestimated you. The fact that they cannot replace you is not your burden to bear. It is their lesson to live with. So let their regret be the price they pay for their blindness. Let them sit with the weight of their choices while you move forward, unshaken, untouched, thriving in the purpose God has for you. Because you are, and always will be, one of a kind. An apology without true transformation is nothing more than a tool of manipulation. Words alone don't carry weight. They are merely sounds filling the silence where actions should be. And yet, when they come crawling back, whispering, "I'm sorry," in a tone drenched with regret, you must ask yourself, what exactly are they sorry for? Losing you, or losing access to what you provided? Chosen ones, let's call it what it is. Their apology isn't some great awakening. It's a reaction, a reflex, a desperate attempt to regain control over what they once took for granted. If they truly had a revelation, wouldn't it have come before they lost you? Wouldn't their remorse have surfaced when you were still giving, still sacrificing, still holding them up when no one else would? Instead, their regret is born out of consequence, not conviction. The Bible warns us about empty words. Matthew 7:16 says, "You will recognize them by their fruits, not by their apologies, not by their sweet words, but by their actions, the real evidence of change." So where was this fruit of repentance when you were struggling under the weight of their neglect? Where was their humility when your heart was breaking under their indifference? Saying the words is easy. Anyone can do it. But true transformation, that requires effort, accountability, and a willingness to confront the darkness within. If they didn't respect you when they had unrestricted access to you, why would they change now? What makes you think that suddenly, after facing the loss, they've developed a heart of gold? The harsh truth is that most people are creatures of habit. Unless they have done the deep, soul-wrenching work of confronting their toxic patterns, they will always revert to what is familiar. Their apology is not a promise of better days. It's a pause button, a way to momentarily reset your trust. only for them to continue where they left off. And once they feel secure in your forgiveness, the cracks will begin to show. The same disregard for your boundaries, the same entitlement to your energy, the same cycle of neglect, followed by half-hearted apologies, followed by more neglect. How many times have they asked for another chance, only to waste it? How many times have you given your trust, only to find yourself nursing the same wounds? This is why God calls us to discern wisely. Proverbs 26:11 warns, "As a dog returns to its vomit, so a fool repeats his folly." If someone refuses to change their nature, if they are unwilling to take responsibility for their growth, why should you believe their regret will bear any different fruit? Even in the world we live in, we see this pattern repeating itself. Take the example of former NBA star Allen Iverson, a legend in basketball whose talent was undeniable, yet those around him, his so-called friends and advisors, only stayed close when he was at the top, benefiting from his success. When he lost everything due to poor financial choices and mismanagement, they were nowhere to be found. But the moment he tried to rebuild, some of those same people resurfaced, not out of love, but out of a desire to benefit from his comeback. And isn't that exactly what happens when people return after losing access to you? It's not about love, it's about comfort. It's not about growth, it's about convenience. They don't miss you, they miss what you provided. Your support, your guidance, your unwavering presence. But let me be clear, letting them back into your life without proof of sustained change is an invitation to repeat the same pain. You are not a rehabilitation center for broken patterns. You were not placed on this earth to fix those who refuse to fix themselves. God has called you to rise above, to be the head and not the tail, to walk in wisdom and not be ensnared by the traps of emotional manipulation. If they truly value you, they will do the work. Not just talk about it. They will show you through consistent actions, not hollow promises. And if they aren't willing to do that, that is your answer. Do not let their regret cloud your judgment. Do not let misplaced guilt convince you to settle for less than what God has destined for you. Stand firm in your calling, chosen one. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is let them feel the full weight of their choices. Let them sit in the discomfort of their loss, not as an act of cruelty, but as a necessary lesson. If they haven't changed their patterns, the outcome will never change. Walk away and walk forward. Your power lies not in clinging to the past, but in refusing to repeat it. Everyone desires the treasure, but few are willing to put in the work to earn it. And now, as regret settles in the hearts of those who lost you, they try to convince themselves and you that they've changed. But have they? Or do they simply want back what they once had, without putting in the effort to deserve it? Listen closely, chosen ones. Their regret isn't about transformation. It's about nostalgia for the benefits you provided. It's about missing the way your presence elevated them, the way your wisdom guided them, the way your loyalty gave them a safety net they never had to earn. But here's the truth. They don't want to rise to your level. They don't want to put in the effort. They only want the perks that come with knowing you, without paying the price of growth, commitment, or reciprocity. The Bible warns us about people like this in Matthew 7:6. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. They never valued what they had when it was freely given, and now that they can no longer access it, they are filled with regret. But should you entertain their sorrow? Should you throw your pearls back into the same hands that once disregarded them? Think about the people who try to reconnect after realizing what they lost. They show up with empty words, vague apologies, and promises they cannot keep. But if they truly valued you, wouldn't they have done the work already? Wouldn't they have elevated themselves to match the level of love, effort, and consistency you gave so freely? and yet they still expect to waltz back into your life without acknowledging the damage they caused. Real change requires work. Transformation demands sacrifice. Yet these people are still operating in the same half-hearted ways, still believing that proximity to you is enough. But chosen ones, proximity means nothing without growth. Look at the story of King Saul and David in 1 Samuel. Saul had the throne, the power, and the favor of God, but he was reckless with what he had. He disrespected God's commands, acted out of jealousy, and tried to destroy David, the very one anointed to succeed him. And what happened in the end? Saul lost everything, his kingdom, his power, his very life, because he refused to humble himself and change. Even as he regretted his mistakes, his actions never aligned with real growth. He wanted God's favor back, but he didn't want to do the work to be worthy of it. And this is exactly the mindset of those trying to re-enter your life. They want the blessings without the discipline, the rewards without the responsibility, the connection without the commitment. Even in the real world, this pattern repeats itself. Take Jennifer Hudson, for example, an award-winning actress and singer. When she first auditioned for American Idol, she was underestimated and eliminated early. But she didn't let that rejection define her. She worked harder, refined her craft, and later became an Oscar-winning actress and a Grammy-winning singer. Years after her success, the same industry that once dismissed her tried to celebrate her. Those who once overlooked her talent suddenly wanted to be associated with her. But did their sudden recognition change the fact that they had failed to see her worth in the first place? Number. The lesson remains the same. If people couldn't value you when you were at the beginning of your journey, they don't deserve a seat at your table once you've arrived. So here's the question. Should you lower your standards just because someone regrets losing you? Should you make yourself smaller so they can feel comfortable in your presence again? Or should they rise to the level you now walk in? You have grown, you have evolved, you have set new standards, not because you are unforgiving, but because you now understand your worth. And letting them back in would mean lowering those standards, compromising the very self-respect you fought so hard to build. And for what? So they can do the bare minimum while benefiting from everything you bring to the table? This is where you draw the line. If they truly value you, they won't need to be convinced to change. They won't need to be persuaded to meet your standards. They will do it willingly, without excuses, without hesitation, without manipulation. But if they refuse to do the work, if they expect the same access without transformation, that door stays closed. You were not chosen to carry people who refuse to walk on their own. You were not chosen to accept mediocrity disguised as love or friendship. Your energy is too precious, too powerful, too rare to be wasted on those who only want to take without giving. Let their regret be their burden, not your invitation to settle. Let them sit with their choices while you continue moving forward, rising higher, shining brighter. The people who are meant for you will not be intimidated by your standards. They will rise to meet them. And those who won't, let them watch from a distance, regretting what they will never have again. A mirror doesn't lie. It only reflects what's truly there, whether someone is ready to see it or not. And when you walk away, chosen ones, you don't just leave a void. You leave behind a reckoning. Your absence is not just felt. It forces those who lost you to confront the truths they've been running from, the realities they refused to face while you were in their life. While you were present, you unknowingly shielded them from themselves. Your presence acted as a buffer, absorbing the weight of their insecurities, their flaws, and their weaknesses. You gave them a sense of stability they couldn't create for themselves, the encouragement they didn't know how to give, and the emotional support they were too weak to stand without. As long as they had you, they could pretend they were whole. But now, there's no one left to hide behind. What happens when someone who has always relied on a crutch is suddenly forced to stand on their own? When you remove the shield, what's left? The truth. And for many, that truth is unbearable. They regret losing you, but not because of love, appreciation, or personal growth. Their regret isn't about missing you as a person. It's about missing the comfort you provided, the way you distracted them from the work they never wanted to do. They don't want to sit with the emptiness, the insecurities, or the dysfunction that's been lurking beneath the surface all along. But now that you're gone, they have no choice. We see this in the story of King Saul. Saul was anointed by God, yet he was deeply insecure and refused to fully submit to divine guidance. Instead of taking accountability, he leaned on the prophet Samuel's presence, relying on him for spiritual direction rather than developing his own relationship with God. But when Samuel walked away, Saul was left to face himself. And what happened? His downfall was swift. Without the man he leaned on, his weaknesses became undeniable, and his kingdom crumbled. Just like Saul, those who lost you now realize they were never as strong as they pretended to be. You were their excuse not to grow, not to evolve, not to take full responsibility for their own life. And now, in their regret, they want to come back. They will claim they miss you. They will swear they've changed. They will insist that life isn't the same without you. But let's be honest. Have they truly done the work? Or are they just desperate for relief? It's easy to say, "I've changed," when the discomfort of regret becomes unbearable. But real change doesn't happen in words. It happens in actions. And more often than not, their actions reveal the truth. They don't want to grow. They want to be rescued. They don't want to do the work. They want you to take the weight off their shoulders again. Look at the life of Maya Angelou, the legendary poet and author. She once shared that when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. She understood that people rarely change unless they are willing to do the hard, painful work of transformation. And more importantly, she knew that letting someone back into your life who hasn't done that work only leads to the same heartbreak, the same disappointment, and the same cycle of draining relationships. So should you give them another chance? Number. Your absence is not meant to be their escape. It is meant to be their lesson. You are not responsible for healing their wounds, soothing their regret, or making their journey easier. If they truly want to grow, they must do it on their own. Let them sit with the weight of their choices. Let them feel the depth of their regret. Let them learn what happens when you take something extraordinary for granted. You have already done the work to rise above, to reclaim your energy, and to move forward. Your life is for those who value and build with you, not for those who take and drain. Let them face themselves while you continue to rise. And always remember, your absence isn't just their regret, it's their lesson. Kindness, when misused, transforms into a lesson that cannot be ignored. And now, as regret settles into the hearts of those who took you for granted, they are left grappling with the one truth they never saw coming. You were never theirs to misuse. They assumed you would always be there, that your patience was limitless, that your loyalty was unconditional. They believed they could disrespect you, drain your energy, and take from you without consequence. But they were wrong. You see, chosen ones, people who take you for granted, build a comfortable lie in their minds. They convince themselves that you are a permanent fixture in their lives, a well that never runs dry, a light that never dims. They mistook your grace for weakness, your patience for naivete. But when you walked away, you didn't just leave, you shattered their illusion. You forced them to confront the one reality they never thought they'd face. Actions have consequences, and they pushed you too far. Your departure was not an act of anger or revenge. It was a declaration, a statement that you are not someone to be taken lightly, that your kindness is not to be exploited, that your presence in someone's life is a privilege, not a right. And now they sit in their regret, realizing too late that the door they assumed would always be open has been locked shut. The Bible reminds us in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is holy, do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." You offered something rare, your heart, your time, your energy, and instead of cherishing it, they trampled it underfoot. And now, as they watch you walk away, they regret not treating you with the honor you deserved. But should their regret be your burden? Should their realization undo the damage they caused? Real-life examples of this truth exist everywhere. Take J.K. Rowling, the legendary author of Harry Potter. Before she became a household name, she was dismissed, rejected, and overlooked. But once she succeeded, the same people who doubted her tried to reappear in her life, hoping to share in the success they once disregarded. They didn't regret how they treated her. They regretted missing out on the rewards of being in her presence. And the same applies to you. Their regret is not just about missing you as a person. It's about the shock of realizing they were wrong. Wrong to assume they could take from you without ever giving. Wrong to believe they could ignore your boundaries without consequence. Wrong to think they could misuse your loyalty and still expect your unwavering presence. But here's the truth. Their regret does not erase the past. It does not undo the disrespect. And most importantly, it does not mean they have learned. So what now? Do you go back? Do you give them another chance? Or do you let them sit with the weight of their own choices? Walking away wasn't just an act of self-respect. It was a lesson they will carry with them forever. And it's a lesson you can be proud of. You showed them that boundaries are not optional. You proved that your kindness was never a weakness, but a strength, and one they should have cherished instead of exploited. Now, as they try to reach back into your life, don't let their regret pull you into a cycle you've already broken free from. Their assumptions about you were wrong, but your decision to leave was right. Keep moving forward, chosen ones. Let your absence speak louder than their empty apologies ever could. You have risen above, and that is the ultimate proof that you are, and always will be, untouchable. Healing a wound only to tear it open again with your own hands. Is that really what you want? After everything you've endured, after all the growth and strength you've fought so hard to build, would you betray yourself by reopening a chapter that was meant to stay closed? Letting them back in isn't just a mistake. It's a betrayal of the person you've become. Growth is not handed out freely. It is earned through hardship, through sleepless nights of self-reflection, through standing firm when life tried to break you. You didn't go through all of that just to return to what you've outgrown. So when they come back, whispering apologies, drenched in regret, making promises to do better, of course it might stir something inside you. After all, there was a time when you cared for them deeply. But ask yourself, who exactly are they apologizing to? The version of you they took for granted, the one who tolerated their indifference, their neglect, their broken promises, because that version of you no longer exists. The person who overlooked red flags? Gone. The one who gave second chances at the cost of their own peace? No longer here. The version of you who tolerated disrespect in the name of love? Buried in the past. You have evolved. And to let them back in is to insult the person who worked relentlessly to become stronger, wiser, and unshakable. Think about what it took to get here. The moments when you had to rebuild yourself from the ground up. Every boundary you set, every time you said no, every tear you cried when you realized you had to walk away from people who never deserved you in the first place. Every painful lesson you had to learn the hard way. Are you willing to throw all of that away? Letting them back in risks undoing everything you fought for. And here's the truth. They're not returning because they love the person you are now. They're returning because they miss the version of you that tolerated their behavior. They don't respect your boundaries. They're looking for a way around them. They don't admire your strength. They want to see if they can still manipulate it. But people who truly value your growth will never ask you to compromise it. They will celebrate the person you've become, not try to drag you back into a version of yourself that no longer serves you. This is exactly why Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt in Genesis 19:26. God was leading her and her family to a new future, a place of freedom and deliverance. But she made one fatal mistake. She looked back. She longed for what was behind her, for what God had already rescued her from, and in that moment she lost everything. Do you see the parallel? When you look back at people who are not meant to come with you, you risk being frozen in place, trapped by the very things you were meant to leave behind. Even in real life, this lesson holds true. Consider Serena Williams, one of the greatest athletes in history. She has spoken about how growth requires sacrifice, letting go of people, habits, and mindsets that no longer align with where you're going. She didn't become a champion by surrounding herself with those who didn't push her to be better. She had to set boundaries. She had to evolve. And the same applies to you. You are walking in greatness, and not everyone deserves a seat at your table. So what happens if you let them back in? What message does it send? It tells them that your growth is negotiable, that their regret is enough to erase all the healing you've done, that all it takes is a few remorseful words to pull you back into a cycle you worked so hard to escape. But your growth is not up for debate. It is sacred. It is your armor. It is the proof that you are no longer the person who settled for less than you deserved. Choosing to honor your growth means choosing yourself. It means protecting the version of you that took years to build. It means refusing to entertain relationships that threaten to drag you backward. And this isn't about anger. It's not about resentment. It's about self-respect. You deserve relationships that align with your evolution, not ones that undermine it. You deserve people who meet you where you are, not those who expect you to shrink back to make them comfortable. So let them regret losing you from a distance. Let their apologies fall on ears that no longer need their validation. The comfort of letting them back in might feel tempting, but it is a temporary fix with permanent consequences. The person you've become is worth far more than that. Protect your progress. Protect your peace. Keep moving forward, leaving the past exactly where it belongs, behind you. The rarest treasures are never given away freely. They are guarded, protected, and only shared with those who prove themselves worthy. And you, chosen one, are no different. Your presence is not ordinary. It is exceptional. Your time, your energy, and the light you carry are gifts of immeasurable value, gifts that can uplift, heal, and inspire. That is why people are drawn to you, captivated by something they may not even fully understand. But here's the question you must ask yourself. If your energy is so powerful, why should just anyone have access to it? Not everyone deserves to stand in your light. Your presence is a privilege, not a right. And if you do not protect it, who will? There will always be those who underestimated or disrespected you, only to return with apologies laced with regret, hoping you have forgotten their past transgressions. But do they truly regret what they did, or do they simply regret losing what they once had? If they never valued you when you were present, why should they suddenly deserve a place in your life now? Proverbs 4:23 warns us, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Your heart, your time, and your energy are sacred. They should never be open doors for those who failed to appreciate them before. If you grant access too easily, without holding people accountable, you send a dangerous message that your boundaries can be ignored, your worth can be questioned, and your presence is up for negotiation. But that is not the story you were chosen to write. You were not placed on this earth to be someone's second option, their convenient fallback, or their temporary escape. Your energy is not a quick fix for those who only realize its value after it is gone. Think of your time as gold. If someone carelessly discarded it once, would you hand it back to them? Why would you allow those who treated you as replaceable to walk back into your life as if nothing happened? Even in the world of success, we see this play out time and time again. Consider J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, who was once rejected by multiple publishers before becoming one of the most successful writers in history. The same people who dismissed her potential later regretted their decisions, but by then the door was closed. She didn't go back to beg for their validation. She moved forward, and they were left watching from the outside. And the same applies to you. Those who failed to see your worth the first time are not entitled to a second chance. But what if they claim to have changed? What if their words sound sincere? The Bible reminds us in Matthew 7:16, "You will know them by their fruits." Words mean nothing without actions. True respect is demonstrated through consistency, care, and integrity, not empty apologies. Those who truly value you will never take you for granted in the first place. They won't wait for you to leave before realizing your worth. And for those who didn't honor your presence when they had it, let them stay where they are, on the outside, watching. Let their regret be their burden, not your invitation to reopen a door that was meant to stay closed. This isn't about holding on to anger or being unforgiving. It's about wisdom. It's about protecting your peace and safeguarding the divine calling over your life. When you allow someone back in after they have already shown you who they are, you teach them that they can disrespect you, cross your boundaries, and still be welcomed with open arms. But that is not the energy you are meant to entertain. God calls his chosen ones to be discerning. Even Jesus himself was selective about who he allowed close to him. He had 12 disciples, but even among them, only 3, Peter, James, and John, were given access to the most sacred moments. Why? Because access is a privilege. Not everyone is meant to walk with you on every part of your journey. Some people were only supposed to witness from afar. By being intentional about who you allow into your life, you uphold the truth of your worth. You remind the world and yourself that your energy is precious and your time is irreplaceable. Those who truly understand that will cherish it without needing a second chance. So let their regret serve as proof that you are irreplaceable, but never let it convince you to lower your guard. You are not responsible for their lessons. You are responsible for your peace. Your access is a privilege, and those who truly value it will treasure it from the start. Guard your heart, protect your energy, and never let someone's regret become your reason for opening a door that God has already closed. The moment you fully recognize your worth, you become untouchable. No longer swayed by apologies wrapped in regret, no longer tempted to give second chances to those who never deserved the first. This is your power, chosen ones, the ability to walk away from those who failed to honor your presence and never look back. You were never meant to be someone's emotional crutch, their fallback, their convenient safety net when their world collapses. Your energy is rare, your presence a privilege, and the sooner you understand this, the stronger you become. Those who regret losing you do not do so because they have transformed into better people. They do not return because they've had some grand awakening about their past mistakes. They return because they have come to a painful realization. What you brought into their life is irreplaceable. They miss the stability you provided, the love you poured out so freely, the way you made their life easier, brighter, and fuller. But their regret is not proof of your value. Your worth is not defined by their longing. Their regret does not reflect your significance. It reflects their loss. If they truly valued you, why didn't they cherish you when they had you? If they truly saw your worth, why did they take you for granted in the first place? The Bible reminds us in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. Your love, your wisdom, your kindness, these are pearls. They are not meant to be wasted on those who do not appreciate their value. You owe it to yourself never to mistake someone's desperation for personal growth. Real change is reflected in consistent action, not in regretful words. Those who failed to respect your worth before will likely repeat the same patterns again, because regret without transformation is just a cycle waiting to repeat itself. Look at the story of Joseph in Genesis 37-50. His own brothers sold him into slavery, dismissing his worth, only to later find themselves bowing before him when he rose to power in Egypt. They regretted their actions, but that regret did not undo the betrayal. Joseph did not lower himself to accommodate them. Instead, he embraced his divine purpose and let his transformation speak for itself. Like Joseph, you were not meant to stay in spaces where you are not valued. You were meant to rise, to walk boldly in your calling, to understand that your journey is too great to be burdened by those who only see your worth once it's out of their reach. Even in today's world, this lesson is evident. Think of Keanu Reeves, an actor admired not just for his talent, but for his humility and kindness. Early in his career, he faced rejection and doubt from people who didn't believe in him. But he did not waste time trying to prove his worth to them. He focused on his path, became one of the most respected figures in Hollywood, and now those same people can only watch from a distance. His success is proof that you do not need to convince others of your value. Your life will show them what they lost. And so, chosen ones, this is where your power lies. You do not need their validation. You do not need their apologies. You do not need to be a safe place for them to return to when all else fails. You are not their backup plan. You are not their second chance. You are the plan. And only those who can meet your energy, respect your boundaries, and show through action that they are worthy, deserve a place in your life. Walking away from those who failed to honor you is not weakness. It is the ultimate act of self-respect. It takes courage to say, I deserve better. It takes even more courage to walk away and never reopen that door. When you do this, you are not just closing a door on the past. You are stepping into a future filled with people who recognize your value without needing to lose you first. You are aligning yourself with those who respect your boundaries, celebrate your growth, and match your energy without excuses. Your access is a privilege, not a right. Let that be your mantra. Not everyone deserves to bask in your light or benefit from the love and wisdom you so effortlessly give. Reserve your energy for those who align with your purpose, who uplift your journey, and who prove, through consistent action, not empty words, that they deserve to stand beside you. So keep moving forward, chosen ones. Protect your peace. Hold your standards high. Refuse to lower yourself to accommodate those who failed to see your worth when they had the chance. Their regret is not your burden to carry. It is their lesson to learn. And remember this, you were not just someone they lost. You were the person who showed them what it truly means to be valued. And that is something they will carry for the rest of their lives, whether they admit it or not. Stay strong. Stay focused. Keep rising. You were chosen for more. Remember, God's chosen ones, that your value is irreplaceable. The regret of those who once had access to you is a testament to their failure to recognize your worth. You were never meant to be an option or someone's second choice. Continue moving forward with strength and confidence, letting their regret be a lesson for them, not for you. If this message touched your heart, I encourage you to show your support by donating through Super Thanks. No matter whether you choose to donate or not, I appreciate you being here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share this video to spread the word. May God's blessings continue to flow in your life as you walk in your divine purpose. You are chosen for greatness, and nothing can stand in your way. Stay blessed.